The last shovel of earth struck the grave with a dull thud. Sophia Hart stood beneath a gray sky and watched as the workers finished covering her father's coffin. Around her, the cemetery slowly emptied. Black umbrellas drifted away like dark clouds caught by the wind. Most people offered condolences before leaving. Some were sincere. Others were simply curious. When a man like Richard Hart died, curiosity followed him into the ground. Richard Hart had built an empire from almost nothing. Real estate, hotels, vineyards, investments. His name appeared on buildings across the country. But to Sophia, he had never been the powerful businessman everyone admired. He had simply been Dad. The man who taught her how to ride a bicycle. The man who secretly brought her ice cream before dinner. The man who never missed a birthday. The man who was now gone. She stared at the polished headstone as rain began to fall. A familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. Sophia. She turned. Victor Hart stood a few feet away. Her uncle looked perfectly composed despite the funeral. His expensive coat showed no signs of rain. His expression carried the same practiced sympathy he had worn all morning. I'm sorry for your loss. The words sounded hollow. Sophia forced a polite nod. Thank you. Victor glanced toward the grave. Your father was a remarkable man. Sophia didn't respond. Victor and Richard had spent years pretending to be close, while constantly fighting behind closed doors. They had disagreed about business, about money, about almost everything. Even now, Sophia could sense something calculating behind Victor's eyes, as though he were already thinking about what came next. The inheritance, the company, the estate. Victor placed a hand on her shoulder. If you need anything, I'm family. Sophia resisted the urge to laugh. Family. The word sounded strange coming from him. Victor gave her one final nod before walking away. Sophia watched him disappear into a line of waiting black cars. Only when he was gone did she finally allow herself to breathe. The cemetery grew quiet. The rain intensified. She stood alone beside the grave. For the first time in her life, she felt completely lost. Hours later, Sophia sat in the rear seat of her father's car as it carried her back toward Hart Manor. The sprawling estate appeared through the rain like something from another era. Stone walls, towering windows, acres of gardens. It had been in the Hart family for generations. Every corner held memories. Every hallway carried echoes of the past. As the gates opened, a painful realization struck her. Her father would never walk through those doors again. The mansion felt different now. Larger, colder, empty. Margaret Wells greeted her inside. The elderly housekeeper had worked for the family longer than Sophia had been alive. She pulled Sophia into a gentle embrace. I'm so sorry, dear. Sophia nodded. Thank you, Margaret. Margaret studied her face. You should rest. I can't. You haven't slept properly in days. Sophia managed a weak smile. Neither have you. Margaret sighed. Your father worried about you. Sophia looked away. He worried too much. No. Margaret's voice softened. He loved too much. The words lingered long after Margaret left. That night, Sophia wandered through the mansion alone. She passed family portraits, ancient clocks, rooms filled with memories. Eventually, she reached her father's study. The door stood partially open. For a moment, she couldn't bring herself to enter. Then she stepped inside. Everything remained exactly as he had left it. The books, the desk, the reading chair beside the fireplace. His glasses still rested atop a stack of papers. Sophia sat behind the desk. For a few minutes, she simply stared at the room. Then she noticed a framed photograph. It showed her and her father standing beside a lake years earlier. Both were smiling. Both looked happy. Tears finally escaped. She lowered her head. The grief she had been holding back all day came crashing through her defenses. The room blurred. Memories flooded her mind. Conversations, vacations, birthdays, advice, laughter. Everything she would never experience again. By the time she left the study, the mansion had fallen silent. Morning arrived too quickly. At 10 o'clock, Sophia drove into the city for the reading of the will. Olivia Bennett met her outside the law firm. "How are you holding up?" Sophia shrugged. "I've been better." Olivia offered a sympathetic smile. As both her closest friend and her attorney, Olivia understood the situation better than most. "You ready for this?" "No." "Good." Sophia frowned. "What?" Olivia smirked. "Nobody is ever ready for a will reading." The attempt at humor helped, slightly. Together they entered the conference room. Victor was already there. So were several executives from Hart Holdings. Everyone seemed tense. Everyone seemed interested. Sophia immediately hated the atmosphere. Her father's death felt secondary to the money he had left behind. The attorney entered carrying a thick file. After a brief introduction, he began reading. Various charitable donations, gifts to longtime employees, trust funds, properties, investments. The process took nearly an hour. Then came the final section, the estate, Hart Manor, control of the company, the largest portion of Richard Hart's fortune. Sophia straightened in her chair. The attorney adjusted his glasses. "There is an additional condition attached to the primary inheritance." The room became silent. Sophia frowned. "A condition?" The attorney nodded. "Yes." He opened another document. "I am required to read Mr. Hart's exact instructions." Sophia exchanged a glance with Olivia. Neither looked concerned. "Not yet." The attorney cleared his throat. "To my daughter, Sophia Hart, I leave Hart Manor, my controlling shares in Hart Holdings, and all associated assets, subject to the following condition." The room seemed to shrink. Sophia's pulse quickened. "Within 90 days of my death, Sophia must enter into a legally recognized marriage." Silence. Absolute silence. Sophia blinked. Surely she had misunderstood. The attorney continued. "Failure to satisfy this requirement will result in the inheritance transferring to Victor Hart." The room exploded. Voices erupted from every direction. Sophia stared at the attorney. "What?" The word barely escaped her lips. Victor looked equally shocked. Or perhaps he was pretending. Sophia couldn't tell. Olivia stood immediately. "There must be some mistake." "There is no mistake," the attorney replied. "The document has been verified repeatedly." Sophia laughed. A short, disbelieving laugh. "This is ridiculous." No one disagreed. The attorney remained calm. "The condition is legally valid." Sophia stood. "My father would never do this." He personally reviewed the document several times. "No." She shook her head. "No, this makes absolutely no sense." The attorney handed her a copy. She scanned the page. The signature was real. Every word was real. 90 days. Marriage. Or lose everything. Sophia felt dizzy. Of all the possibilities she had imagined, this had never crossed her mind. Not once. Victor finally spoke. "This is unexpected." Sophia shot him a glare. Unexpected. If she failed, he inherited everything. Everything. Hart Manor. The company. The fortune. The legacy. Victor raised his hands. "I'm merely stating facts." Olivia stepped between them. Convenient facts. The tension inside the room intensified. Sophia looked back at the document. There had to be another explanation. A hidden meaning. A misunderstanding. Something. Because her father knew her. He knew she had no intention of rushing into marriage. He knew she valued independence. He knew she hated manipulation. Why would he create a condition like this? Unless he wanted something. Unless there was a reason no one understood. The meeting ended shortly afterward. Sophia left the building feeling numb. Outside, clouds gathered once again above the city. Olivia hurried after her. "Don't panic." Sophia stared at her. "Don't panic." "Okay. Panic a little." Sophia laughed despite herself. Then the laughter vanished. 90 days. "We'll figure something out." "How?" Olivia didn't answer. Because neither of them had one. Sophia looked across the street as traffic moved through the city. Somewhere behind all the confusion, one question kept returning. Why would her father force her into marriage? Why would he risk everything he spent his life building? And why had he made Victor the alternative beneficiary? The more she thought about it, the less sense it made. Yet one thing had become painfully clear. The funeral was over. The mourning had barely begun, and already a new battle was waiting. A battle that could cost her everything. As Sophia stood beneath the darkening sky, she had no way of knowing that the answer to her father's strange condition had been hidden for years. Hidden inside Hart Manor. Hidden inside a forgotten diary. And hidden inside the past of a man she had not yet truly met. The next morning, Sophia woke to the sound of rain striking the windows of Hart Manor. For several seconds, she forgot everything. Then reality returned. 90 days. Marriage. Inheritance. Victor. The strange condition sat in her mind like a weight that refused to move. She rolled onto her back and stared at the ceiling. Her father had always planned carefully. Every decision. Every investment. Every conversation. Nothing he did was random. That fact bothered her more than the condition itself. Richard Hart had spent his entire life thinking 3 steps ahead. Why would a man like that attach something so absurd to his will? The question followed her downstairs. It followed her through breakfast. It followed her into the study. The room still smelled faintly of leather, bound books, and old paper. Sophia sat at her father's desk and stared at the inheritance documents. Olivia arrived shortly after 9. She carried coffee. And bad news. Please tell me you found a loophole. Olivia placed the coffee on the desk. I've spent half the night looking. Sophia immediately knew the answer. There isn't one. Olivia sighed. Not an obvious one. Sophia rubbed her temples. What about challenging the will? We can try. But your father had the best attorneys in the country. Sophia leaned back. Of course he did. He anticipated challenges. Yes. He knew someone would question this. Probably. Sophia laughed bitterly. Wonderful. Olivia opened a folder. There may be another option. Sophia looked up. What? We could argue that your father's mental state was compromised. No. The answer came instantly. Olivia wasn't surprised. You didn't even think about it. I don't need to. Sophia stood. My father was completely sane. Legally speaking. No. Her voice softened. I'm not going to spend months telling a court that my father lost his mind. Olivia nodded. Fair enough. The silence stretched between them. Finally, Sophia spoke. So what happens if I don't marry? Olivia looked uncomfortable. You lose Hart Manor. Sophia said nothing. You lose control of Hart Holdings. Still nothing. You lose everything your father left you. The words hit harder than expected. Not because of the money. Because of what the estate represented. Hart Manor wasn't just a building. It was home. The company wasn't just a corporation. It was her father's life's work. Every employee, every project, every dream, all of it could end up under Victor's control. The thought made her sick. Olivia closed the folder. You still have time. 90 days. That's not nothing. Sophia stared out the window. It felt like nothing. By noon, she had convinced herself there had to be another solution. By evening, she wasn't so sure. Over the following week, she explored every possibility, every attorney, every financial advisor, every legal expert. The answers never changed. The condition remained valid. The deadline remained fixed. Victor remained patient. Almost suspiciously patient. Sophia noticed it during a board meeting. He smiled too much, spoke too carefully, acted like a man waiting for something inevitable. That frightened her, because Victor rarely waited unless he was confident. After the meeting ended, he caught up with her in the hallway. Any progress? Sophia stopped walking. On what? The marriage. She stared at him. Victor smiled politely. You only have 83 days left. The reminder felt intentional, cruel. Thank you for the update. Victor adjusted his jacket. I'm simply concerned. No, you're not. His smile never faded. Your father worked very hard to build this company. Sophia folded her arms. So did you. Victor's eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. The mask had slipped, only for a second. But it was enough. Without another word, Sophia walked away. That evening she drove through the city alone. She needed space. Needed air. Needed a break from lawyers and documents and endless conversations about marriage. The city buzzed around her. Restaurants. Office buildings. Crowded sidewalks. Normal life. People worried about ordinary things. Bills. Jobs. Relationships. Not bizarre inheritance conditions. She parked near the waterfront and began walking. The rain had stopped. The evening air felt cool. For the first time in days, her thoughts slowed. Then her phone rang. Olivia. Sophia answered. Please tell me you found something. Not exactly. Sophia sighed. Then what? I found 3 articles. About people who married for legal reasons. Sophia stopped walking. You're joking. I wish I was. Olivia. I'm serious. Sophia laughed despite herself. This is insane. I agree. You're suggesting I find a stranger and marry him. I'm suggesting we consider all available options. Sophia shook her head. No. Nope. Okay. Fine. Absolutely not. Olivia waited, then said one sentence. What if that's exactly what your father expected? The question lingered long after the call ended. Later that night, Sophia returned to Hart Manor. The mansion felt emptier than ever. Margaret found her sitting alone in the kitchen. You look exhausted. I am. Margaret sat across from her. For several moments neither spoke. Then Margaret surprised her. Your father trusted people. Sophia frowned. What? He trusted people more than most realized. I'm not sure what that means. Margaret smiled sadly. Neither am I. That answer only created more questions. The next morning, Sophia traveled into the city again. This time she had no destination. No meetings. No appointments. She simply drove. At some point she found herself near the county courthouse. The parking lot was crowded. People moved in and out of the building carrying folders and paperwork. Sophia sat in her car for several minutes. Then she noticed something. A small sign posted near the entrance. Civil marriages, walk-in applications. She stared at it. Then immediately looked away. Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. Yet the sign remained there, mocking her. Sophia started the engine, then stopped. Started it again. Stopped again. 10 minutes later she was still sitting there. This is insane. The words echoed inside the empty car. Finally she stepped outside. Just to look, nothing more. Inside the courthouse, people moved through security checkpoints and crowded hallways. Sophia wandered without purpose. Then she reached a waiting area. Several couples sat together. Some looked nervous, others excited. One older couple held hands. A young pair laughed quietly. Sophia suddenly felt like an outsider. Everyone else seemed certain. Certain about the person beside them. Certain about the future. She couldn't imagine making a decision like that under pressure. As she turned to leave, she accidentally collided with someone. A stack of documents slipped from her hands. So sorry. The voice was calm, deep. Sophia looked up. The man immediately crouched to help gather the papers. Dark hair, blue, gray eyes. Simple clothing, nothing flashy, nothing remarkable, yet something about him felt different. Steady, grounded, as though chaos couldn't touch him. Here. He handed back the final sheet. Thank you. Their eyes met briefly. Then both stepped back. No harm done, he said. Sophia nodded. For some reason, neither moved immediately. An awkward silence followed. The man finally smiled. Bad day? Sophia laughed. You have no idea. Fair enough. He seemed prepared to leave. Then glanced at the marriage office sign. A faint smile appeared. That kind of bad day. Sophia followed his gaze. Her face immediately turned red. Wonderful. Now a complete stranger thought she was getting married. It's complicated. They usually are. Something about the answer made her laugh. A genuine laugh. The first in weeks. The stranger seemed pleased. Glad I could help. You helped. You laughed. He had a point. For reasons she couldn't explain, Sophia felt comfortable talking to him. Comfortable in a way she hadn't felt since her father's death. What brings you here? The question escaped before she could stop it. The stranger considered the answer. Paperwork. Very mysterious. He smiled. Not intentionally. Sophia found herself smiling back. Then reality returned. This was absurd. She didn't even know his name. Didn't know anything about him. Yet as she prepared to leave, something unexpected happened. The stranger extended his hand. Ethan. Sophia looked at it. Then shook it. Sophia. For a brief moment, neither let go. A strange feeling passed between them. Recognition. Not familiarity. Something else. Something impossible to define. Then it disappeared. The moment ended. People moved around them again. The noise of the courthouse returned. Life continued. Neither of them knew it yet. But that simple introduction would change everything. Because somewhere inside Hart Manor, hidden among old journals and forgotten secrets, Richard Hart had written Ethan's name years before either of them met, and the clock attached to Sophia's inheritance had already begun counting down. Sophia expected never to see Ethan again. The encounter at the courthouse had been strange, unexpected, but ultimately meaningless. At least that was what she told herself. For the next several days, she buried herself in work. Board meetings, attorney consultations, financial reviews, anything that prevented her from thinking about the inheritance, anything that prevented her from counting the days. Yet the number remained impossible to ignore. 78 days, then 77, then 76. Every morning, the deadline felt closer. Every evening, the pressure grew heavier. Victor seemed to notice. He appeared unusually cheerful during company meetings. More confident, more comfortable. As though he already considered Hart Holdings his. One afternoon, Sophia sat across from Olivia in the law firm's conference room. The table was covered with documents. None of them offered solutions. Olivia closed another folder. Nothing. Sophia sighed. That's the 10th attorney. 11th. Even better. The sarcasm barely hid her frustration. Olivia leaned back. We've challenged every angle. I know. The condition survives every review. I know. Sophia? What? Olivia hesitated, then finally said it. You need a different plan. The room became quiet. Sophia stared at the window. Outside, rain streaked down the glass. The city looked gray and distant. Say it. Olivia folded her arms. You already know what I'm going to say. Say it anyway. Marriage. The word felt absurd, even now. Weeks after hearing the will. Marriage. Not love. Not partnership. Not family. A legal requirement. A condition attached to an inheritance. Sophia laughed bitterly. My father would be horrified by this conversation. Maybe. Definitely. Olivia remained silent, because neither of them truly knew anymore. The will had shattered every assumption Sophia held about her father. Nothing made sense. Nothing fit. And the lack of answers frightened her. That evening, she returned to Hart Manor. Margaret found her sitting alone in the library. You've been staring at the same page for 20 minutes. Sophia looked down. Margaret was right. The book remained unopened. I wasn't reading. I noticed. Margaret sat beside her. For a while neither spoke. The silence felt comfortable. Familiar. Then Margaret surprised her. Your father trusted fate. Sophia blinked. What? Margaret smiled softly. He believed certain people entered our lives for a reason. That sounded unlike Richard Hart. The businessman. The strategist. The planner. He trusted preparation. Not fate. At least that was what Sophia always believed. Margaret patted her hand. Sometimes answers arrive unexpectedly. Before Sophia could respond, the older woman stood and left, leaving behind another mystery. The next morning brought disaster. Sophia arrived at Hart Holdings to discover reporters gathered outside. Cameras. Questions. Speculation. Someone had leaked information about the inheritance. The story spread quickly. By lunchtime, financial websites were discussing it. By evening, national news outlets had picked it up. The headlines were humiliating. HIRS Monesti Mara TOCM FAR TORMI UNEN USULYL CRENCE DRHE ORTNC DADLTIN DY DDINE FAR Bill IOM DAL RSTSC. Sophia wanted to disappear. Instead, she spent the day answering questions from worried executives and investors. The company's stock price dipped slightly. Nothing catastrophic, but enough to create concern. Enough to make Victor look concerned, or pretend to. At the emergency board meeting, he played the role perfectly. We need stability. Sophia resisted, rolling her eyes. We have stability, do we? Victor glanced around the room. The market appears uncertain. Sophia knew exactly what he was doing. Applying pressure. Creating doubt. Making everyone question her leadership. The meeting ended with no resolution. Only more tension. Only more uncertainty. By the time Sophia left the building, exhaustion consumed her. She drove without thinking, without purpose, without direction. Eventually she realized where she was. The courthouse. Again, she laughed at the coincidence. Or perhaps it wasn't a coincidence. Maybe part of her had been hoping. Hoping for what? She didn't know. The parking lot looked quieter than before. Sophia remained inside her car. For several minutes she simply stared at the building. Then someone knocked gently on the window. She nearly jumped. A familiar face stood outside. Ethan. Sophia lowered the window. What are the odds? Ethan smiled. Apparently higher than expected. She laughed. The tension of the day eased slightly. What are you doing here? Paperwork. Again. Again. The answer made her smile. Ethan gestured toward a nearby coffee shop. Coffee. Sophia should have declined. She knew that. She barely knew him. Her life was complicated enough. Yet something about Ethan felt uncomplicated. Honest. Safe. 10 minutes later they sat across from each other near the window. Rain tapped softly against the glass. People hurried along the sidewalk outside. For the first time all day, Sophia relaxed. Their conversation flowed surprisingly easily. Work, travel, books, childhood memories. Nothing deeply personal. Nothing overly revealing. Yet every minute felt effortless. Eventually Ethan noticed something. You look tired. Sophia laughed. That's polite. You look exhausted. Better. Ethan smiled. Then his expression softened. Bad week. The question opened a door. Before she realized it, Sophia found herself explaining everything, not every detail, but enough. The inheritance. The condition. The deadline. The pressure. Ethan listened quietly, never interrupting, never judging. When she finished, he sat silently for several moments, then said 3 words. That's insane. Sophia laughed harder than she expected. Thank you. I'm serious. I know. No parent should do that. The certainty in his voice surprised her, because it echoed her own thoughts. For a while neither spoke. Then Ethan stared into his coffee. What happens if you fail? Sophia hesitated. I lose everything. The words sounded strange. Not because of the money, because she was finally saying them aloud. Everything. Home. Company. Legacy. Her father's life's work. Gone. Ethan nodded slowly. Then asked a question she never expected. What if you didn't fail? Sophia frowned. What do you mean? He looked directly at her. What if you satisfied the condition? Her heart skipped. The implication was obvious. Too obvious. For a moment neither spoke. Then Ethan leaned back. Forget it. No. Sophia stared at him. No, finish. Ethan exhaled. I was thinking logically. That's dangerous. He smiled. Apparently. Sophia couldn't stop thinking about the idea. A contract. A legal arrangement. Nothing more. No expectations. No romance. No future obligations. Simply a solution. The thought should have horrified her. Instead, it felt practical, which was somehow worse. They spent another hour talking. When they finally left the coffee shop, darkness had settled across the city. Sophia stood beside her car. The rain had stopped. The air felt unusually still. Ethan looked thoughtful. So. Neither seemed eager to leave. Finally, Ethan spoke. If you ever want to discuss it seriously. Sophia stared at him. You are serious. Mostly. She laughed. Then the laughter faded. Because part of her was considering it. Actually considering it, which felt completely insane, yet the alternative felt worse. Over the next week, they met several more times. Coffee. Lunch. Long conversations. Neither planned it. Neither avoided it. The meetings simply happened. And with each one, Sophia learned more about Ethan. He was intelligent, calm, patient, unusually private. Whenever conversations approached his past, he redirected them, not suspiciously, just carefully. Sophia noticed, but she didn't push. Everyone carried secrets. By the end of the week, the impossible idea no longer felt impossible. It felt realistic, practical, dangerously practical. 70 days remained. Then 69. Then 68. The clock continued moving. Victor continued smiling. And Sophia continued running out of options. The decision finally arrived on a cold Thursday evening. She sat alone in her father's study. The inheritance documents lay open across the desk. The deadline seemed to stare back at her. For nearly an hour she debated. Every argument. Every consequence. Every risk. Then she looked at the photograph on the desk. Her father smiling beside her. Proud. Confident. Certain. Sophia shook her head. I hope you know what you're doing. The photograph offered no answer. The next morning she called Ethan. He answered immediately. Good morning. Sophia closed her eyes, suddenly nervous. Ridiculously nervous. Are you busy? No. Can we meet? A pause. Of course. 2 hours later they sat at the same coffee shop, the same table, the same window. Only this time everything felt different. Sophia took a deep breath, then said the words, let's do it. Ethan stared at her. Neither spoke. Finally he asked quietly, you're sure? None? The honesty surprised both of them. Sophia laughed, then continued. I'm not sure about anything. Ethan nodded. Fair answer. But I'm running out of time. Another pause followed. Then Ethan extended his hand across the table. A simple gesture. Nothing dramatic. Nothing romantic. A business agreement. A solution. A contract. Sophia looked at his hand, then shook it. And just like that, her future changed. Neither of them realized how much. Neither knew about the diaries hidden inside Hart Manor. Neither knew about the secrets Richard Hart had left behind. Neither knew that Ethan's name had appeared in those pages years before. For now they believed they were making a practical decision, a temporary arrangement, a simple contract. They couldn't have been more wrong. The wedding took place 4 days later. No grand ballroom, no orchestra, no hundreds of guests, no magazine photographers, just signatures, witnesses, paperwork, and silence. Sophia wore a simple navy dress. Ethan wore a dark suit. Olivia served as one witness. A courthouse employee served as the other. The ceremony lasted less than 10 minutes. The official spoke a few words. The documents were signed. The marriage became legal. And, just like that, Sophia Hart became Sophia Reed. At least on paper, the reality felt far stranger. When the ceremony ended, everyone stood awkwardly for several moments, unsure what came next. Finally, Olivia broke the silence. Well? Sophia looked at her. Well? You're married. Sophia stared at the ring on her finger. A simple band. Nothing extravagant. Nothing symbolic. Just another requirement. Another document. Another condition satisfied. Yet somehow it felt larger than that. More permanent. More real. Ethan appeared equally uncertain. Neither had prepared for the emotional aftermath. The practical details had been easy. The reality was considerably more complicated. Afterward, they sat together in a small cafe. The atmosphere felt almost absurd. Newlyweds. Yet strangers. Married. Yet barely acquainted. Sophia stirred her coffee. We should probably discuss expectations. Ethan nodded. Reasonable. The conversation felt more like a business negotiation than a marriage. Living arrangements. Privacy. financial independence, boundaries. Everything was discussed carefully. Everything remained practical. By the end of the meeting, one decision had become unavoidable. Ethan would move into Hart Manor. The inheritance lawyers had strongly recommended it. A married couple living separately might invite scrutiny. Neither wanted additional legal complications. Sophia drove back to the estate feeling strangely nervous. Not because of Ethan. Because of what people would think. Hart Manor had always been hers. A private place. A sanctuary. Now someone else would share it. The realization felt significant. Margaret greeted them at the entrance. Her expression revealed nothing. Yet Sophia noticed the brief flicker of surprise when Ethan stepped through the front doors. Only a second. Barely noticeable. But it happened. And Ethan seemed to notice it too. "Welcome." Margaret's voice remained polite. "Thank you." The older woman studied him carefully, almost as if she recognized something. Then the moment passed. She smiled warmly. "I've prepared one of the guest suites." Ethan nodded. "That's very kind." That Sophia watched the exchange. Something felt strange. Not suspicious. Just unusual. Margaret had known countless guests over the years. Yet she seemed unusually interested in Ethan. The observation stayed with Sophia throughout the evening. Hart Manor settled into an unexpected routine. Days became weeks. Weeks became a pattern. Sophia worked. Ethan helped around the estate. Olivia continued handling legal matters. Victor continued watching from a distance. Nothing dramatic happened, at least on the surface. Yet beneath the routine, subtle changes emerged. Sophia discovered she enjoyed Ethan's presence. Not romantically. Not yet. Simply as company. The mansion felt less empty. Less lonely. Conversations filled spaces that grief had occupied. Laughter occasionally returned. Even Margaret seemed happier. The arrangement was supposed to feel temporary. Instead, it gradually began feeling normal. That realization frightened Sophia. One rainy afternoon, nearly 3 weeks after the wedding, she found herself standing outside her father's study. The room remained untouched. She entered rarely. Every visit reopened old wounds. Yet something drew her back. Perhaps grief. Perhaps curiosity. Perhaps guilt. The study looked exactly as it had the day Richard Hart died. Books lined the walls. Documents remained neatly arranged. Everything appeared frozen in time. Sophia sat behind the desk. The familiar ache returned immediately. She opened a drawer, then another. Old letters, business records, personal notes. Nothing unusual, nothing revealing. Hours passed. Rain tapped softly against the windows. The fireplace crackled. Sophia continued sorting through her father's belongings. Eventually she discovered a small brass key. The key looked old, very old. She turned it over in her hands. No label, no explanation, just a key. Curious, she searched the desk more thoroughly. Nothing, no matching lock, no note, no indication of what it opened. The mystery should have ended there. Instead, it grew. Because once Sophia noticed the key, she couldn't stop thinking about it. That evening she showed it to Margaret. The older woman examined it carefully. For a brief moment, something crossed her face, recognition. Then it disappeared. "Have you seen it before?" Sophia asked. Margaret hesitated. "I'm not sure." The answer sounded incomplete. Sophia noticed, but chose not to press. Later that night, she showed Ethan. He studied the key thoughtfully. "Looks old? Helpful." "I try." Sophia laughed, then noticed something unexpected. Ethan appeared genuinely interested, not casually interested. Focused, thoughtful, as though the key reminded him of something. "What?" He looked up. "What?" "That look." "What look?" "The one you're making." Ethan smiled slightly. "I was just thinking. About old houses usually have old secrets." The answer sounded harmless, yet it lingered in Sophia's thoughts. Old houses, old secrets. Hart Manor certainly qualified. The following afternoon, curiosity won. Sophia returned to the study. This time she examined every bookshelf, every cabinet, every wall. Nothing. Hours passed without results. Frustration grew. Eventually, she stepped onto a small ladder to inspect the highest shelves. While reaching for a dusty book, her elbow accidentally struck a wooden panel. A faint clicking sound echoed through the room. Sophia froze. The sound hadn't come from the shelf. It had come from behind it. Slowly, she climbed down. Her pulse quickened. She pressed against the panel. Nothing happened. She pressed again. Another click. Then the wood shifted slightly. Sophia stared in disbelief. Hidden behind the bookshelf sat a narrow compartment. Her father had never mentioned it. Not once. The discovery felt impossible. Excitement mixed with guilt. Opening the compartment felt like trespassing. Yet curiosity proved stronger. Carefully, she inserted the brass key. It fit perfectly. The lock turned. The compartment opened. Inside sat several objects. A small wooden box. A bundle of letters tied together with string. And 5 leather-bound journals. Sophia's heart pounded. Journals. Personal journals. Her father's journals. For several moments she simply stared. The realization felt overwhelming. This wasn't business correspondence. This wasn't estate paperwork. These were personal records. Private thoughts. Private memories. A lifetime preserved in ink. She carried everything to the desk. The oldest journal appeared nearly 30 years old. The newest looked only a few years old. Sophia opened the first volume carefully. The handwriting was unmistakable. Richard Hart, her father. The first pages contained ordinary entries, business meetings, travel notes, family memories. Then something changed. The entries became more personal, more reflective, more emotional. Sophia found herself reading for hours. The journals revealed a side of Richard Hart she had rarely seen. His fears, his regrets, his hopes. The experience felt strangely intimate, like meeting him all over again. Night arrived before she noticed. The study had grown dark. The fireplace burned low, yet Sophia continued reading. Then she reached an entry that stopped her cold. A single name appeared several times. A name she recognized instantly. Ethan. Sophia sat upright. Her eyes moved across the page again. Ethan. The name appeared repeatedly. Not Ethan Reed. Just Ethan. Yet the coincidence felt impossible. Her pulse accelerated. She continued reading. The references remained vague, fragmented, incomplete, but unmistakable. Her father had known someone named Ethan years ago, long before Sophia met her husband, long before any of this began. The realization sent a chill through her. She flipped through additional pages. More references appeared. Not many. Just enough. Enough to raise questions. Enough to create doubt. Enough to keep her awake all night. Who was this Ethan? Could it be the same Ethan? No. The odds seemed absurd. Yet so had everything else recently. The strange condition in the will. The rushed marriage. The hidden compartment. The journals. None of it made sense anymore. Around midnight, Sophia finally closed the diary. The room had become completely silent. She looked toward the door. Toward the hallway beyond. Somewhere inside Hart Manor, Ethan slept peacefully. Completely unaware of what she had discovered. Or perhaps not. That possibility frightened her even more. Because for the first time since their marriage, Sophia realized she knew almost nothing about the man living under her roof. And somewhere inside her father's journals, hidden among decades of entries, waited answers that would change everything. Sophia barely slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the same word written across the yellowed pages of her father's journal. Ethan. A simple name. Yet it had transformed everything. Until now, her marriage had existed inside a neat little box, a legal arrangement, a temporary solution, a practical decision. Nothing more. Now uncertainty had entered the picture, and uncertainty was dangerous, especially when it involved secrets. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the windows of Hart Manor. Sophia sat alone in the study. The journals remained spread across the desk exactly where she had left them. Coffee cooled untouched beside her. She was reading the same pages for the third time. trying to find something she had missed. Anything. The references remained frustratingly vague. A few sentences, a handful of observations, no surname, no explanation, no context, just Ethan. She turned another page. Another mention, then another. Her pulse quickened. The entries covered several years. Not consecutive years. Scattered years. As though her father occasionally felt compelled to write about this person, yet never explained who he was. The mystery became more irritating with every page. A knock interrupted her concentration. The study door opened. Ethan stepped inside. Sophia instinctively closed the journal. The reaction happened so quickly it startled her. Ethan noticed, but said nothing. "I didn't realize you were working." "I wasn't." The answer sounded awkward. Sophia immediately regretted it. Ethan smiled slightly. "Good morning." "Morning." A brief silence followed. Then Ethan held up a folder. Olivia called. Sophia frowned. "Why?" "Apparently she couldn't reach you." Sophia glanced at her phone. 3 missed calls. She hadn't heard them? Her attention had been entirely focused on the journals. "What's wrong?" Ethan handed her the folder. "The board wants another meeting." Sophia sighed. Of course they did. The inheritance situation continued generating speculation. Investors remained nervous. Executives remained uncertain, and Victor remained patient. Always patient. Sophia stood. "I should get ready." Ethan nodded. Then hesitated. "You okay?" The question caught her off guard. Because he genuinely seemed concerned, for a moment guilt flickered through her. She was sitting on a secret, investigating him, questioning him. Yet he remained kind, supportive, reliable, just tired. Ethan studied her face, then accepted the explanation. "Try not to work too hard." The simple comment lingered after he left. By the time Sophia arrived at Hart Holdings, her headache had worsened. The board meeting proved no better. Questions came from every direction. Media coverage, stock performance, future leadership, the marriage. Always the marriage. Sophia answered patiently, professionally, confidently. But internally she felt exhausted. Victor watched from across the room, observing, waiting. Near the end of the meeting, he finally spoke. "Perhaps we should discuss succession planning." The room grew quiet. Sophia looked at him. "What exactly are you suggesting?" Victor folded his hands. "I'm suggesting we prepare for every possibility." The statement sounded innocent. It wasn't. Everyone understood the implication. If Sophia somehow lost the inheritance challenge, Victor would take control. The reminder irritated her. More than usual. Perhaps because she now carried additional questions. Questions connected to Ethan. Questions connected to her father. Questions connected to the journals. After the meeting ended, Olivia caught up with her. "You look terrible." "Thank you." "I mean it." "I know." Olivia lowered her voice. "What's going on?" For a moment Sophia considered telling her, then stopped. Not yet. The information felt too incomplete. Too uncertain. "I'll explain later." Olivia raised an eyebrow. That response only confirmed something was wrong. But she didn't press, for now. That evening Sophia returned to Hart Manor determined to continue reading. The moment dinner ended, she disappeared into the study. The journals waited patiently. Silent, mysterious, dangerous. Hours passed. Page after page. Year after year. Gradually a pattern began emerging. The references to Ethan often appeared alongside mentions of responsibility, protection, promises, regret. The connection felt deeply personal, far more personal than business. Sophia's unease continued growing. Then she found something. Not an answer. A clue. A significant clue. The entry was dated nearly 20 years earlier. The handwriting looked hurried. The wording felt emotional. Richard Hart rarely wrote emotionally, which made the passage stand out immediately. Sophia leaned forward, reading carefully. Her father described visiting a small lakeside property, a cabin, remote, private. The location meant nothing to her. What mattered was a single sentence. I hope Ethan never learns the truth before the right time. Sophia stopped breathing. The truth. The right time. The words echoed inside her head. This wasn't coincidence anymore. This wasn't a casual acquaintance. Her father had been protecting something. Protecting Ethan. Protecting a secret. Or perhaps both. Sophia continued reading desperately, searching for more. The next page offered nothing, nor the page after that. The clue vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind only questions. Many questions. Too many questions. Around midnight, she finally closed the journal. Frustration consumed her. She needed more information. Not theories. Not guesses. Facts. The next morning, she began investigating, carefully, quietly, without telling anyone. Her first stop was public records. If Ethan had some connection to her father, perhaps there would be documentation. Property records. Employment records. School records. Something. Hours passed. The search produced almost nothing, which felt suspicious. Everyone leaves records. Everyone leaves traces. Yet Ethan's early history seemed oddly fragmented, not missing, just incomplete. Pieces existed, but large gaps remained. Sophia found herself becoming increasingly curious and increasingly uncomfortable, because every discovery created new contradictions. The Ethan she knew seemed genuine, honest, trustworthy. Yet the evidence suggested secrets. Significant secrets. Late that afternoon, she visited Daniel Cross. The private investigator maintained a small office downtown. Daniel looked surprised to see her. Mrs. Reed. The name still felt strange. Daniel. He gestured toward a chair. What can I do for you? Sophia sat, carefully choosing her words. I need background information. Daniel smiled. On who? Sophia hesitated, then answered, my husband. The investigator blinked. That response clearly wasn't expected. That's unusual. I know. Daniel leaned back. Is there a problem? Sophia considered the question. Maybe. What kind of problem? I don't know yet. Daniel studied her expression. Years of investigative work had sharpened his instincts. He recognized uncertainty immediately. Tell me what you're looking for. Sophia provided basic details. Nothing more. Nothing about the journals. Nothing about the clues. Daniel listened quietly, then nodded. I'll see what I can find. Discreetly. Of course. As she left the office, guilt returned. Investigating Ethan felt wrong. Like a betrayal. Yet she couldn't stop. Not now. Not after what she'd found. Not after discovering her father's hidden journals. That evening she returned home. The mansion seemed unusually quiet. Margaret had retired early. Most of the staff had left for the night. Only Ethan remained awake. Sophia found him sitting alone in the library, reading. The sight stopped her momentarily. Because it felt familiar, comfortable, domestic. A husband waiting at home. The realization felt strangely dangerous. Ethan looked up. Long day. You could say that. He closed the book. Everything okay? Again the concern sounded genuine. Again guilt surfaced. Sophia forced a smile. Just work. Ethan nodded. Then something unexpected happened. His gaze drifted toward the study door. Only briefly. Yet Sophia noticed. A strange expression crossed his face. Recognition. Memory. Something. Then it disappeared. The moment lasted less than a second. But it was enough. Enough to make her wonder. Enough to keep her awake later that night. Around 2 a.m, unable to sleep, Sophia returned to the journals. The mansion slept peacefully around her. The study remained silent. She opened another volume. Another year, another chapter of her father's life. Hours passed. Then she found something else. A small folded piece of paper tucked between 2 pages. Sophia unfolded it carefully. A handwritten note appeared, short, simple, and deeply unsettling. Some truths must remain hidden until Ethan is ready. Sophia stared at the sentence, again and again. Her father's handwriting left no room for doubt. The message was real. The implication was undeniable. Richard Hart had known Ethan. Known him well enough to guard secrets. Known him long before Sophia ever met him. The question was no longer whether there was a connection. The connection clearly existed. The real question had become far more frightening. What exactly had her father been hiding? And why did that secret seem connected to the very man she had married? Somewhere inside Hart Manor, Ethan slept unaware of the storm gathering around him. Or perhaps he wasn't unaware at all. Perhaps he knew far more than he had ever admitted. And if that was true, Sophia had just stepped into a mystery far larger than an inheritance condition. A mystery that had begun decades earlier. A mystery her father had carried to his grave. And a mystery that was finally beginning to reveal itself. The following week passed in a haze of questions. Questions followed Sophia everywhere. Into board meetings, into meals, into sleep, and most of all, into the study. Every evening she returned to the hidden journals. Every evening she hoped for answers. Every evening she found only fragments. Pieces of a puzzle she could not yet assemble. The entries continued mentioning Ethan. Never enough. Never directly. Always indirectly. Always carefully. It was as though Richard Hart had been deliberately avoiding the full truth. The realization frustrated her. If her father had wanted someone to understand these journals one day, why make everything so difficult? Then again, perhaps he never intended anyone to read them. Perhaps some secrets were never supposed to survive him. One rainy afternoon, Sophia sat alone in the library when Olivia arrived unexpectedly. The attorney immediately noticed something was wrong. "You have that look." Sophia looked up. "What look?" "The one you get before making terrible decisions." Sophia laughed despite herself. Olivia dropped into a nearby chair. "Okay. What's happening?" For several seconds Sophia considered staying silent. Then she changed her mind. She needed another perspective. Someone she trusted. Someone objective. An hour later, Olivia sat frozen in disbelief as she listened to the story. The hidden compartment. The journals. The references to Ethan. The notes. The clues. When Sophia finally finished, Olivia leaned back slowly. Well, that's concerning." Sophia nodded. "Very. Have you told Ethan?" "No." "Good." The answer came quickly. Too quickly. Sophia frowned. "Good? Until we know what we're dealing with." Olivia folded her arms. "Look at it logically." "I'm trying." "No, you're not." Sophia sighed. Olivia continued. "Your father created a marriage condition." "Yes." "Then you accidentally marry a man whose name appears repeatedly in his hidden journals." When she said it out loud, it sounded even stranger. "Exactly. That's not a coincidence." The statement hung in the air. Sophia knew it. Olivia knew it. The problem was proving it. A few minutes later, Olivia pointed toward one of the journals. Any locations mentioned? A few. Specific locations. Sophia thought for a moment, then remembered something. The cabin. Olivia sat upright. What cabin? Sophia retrieved the journal and opened it. Several minutes later, Olivia finished reading the entry. A lakeside property. That's all it says. Olivia tapped the page thoughtfully. It might be enough. Sophia looked up. What do you mean? If this cabin still exists, someone there might remember something. The idea felt obvious. Yet Sophia hadn't considered it. For the first time in days, hope appeared. A lead. An actual lead. The next morning she began searching property records. The process took hours. Eventually she found it. A small cabin located several hours north of the city. The property still existed. Even more surprising, it remained under a trust connected to Richard Hart. Sophia stared at the screen. Why maintain ownership of an abandoned cabin for decades? The question only deepened the mystery. That evening she decided to visit. Not immediately, but soon. Before she could make plans, another development changed everything. Daniel called. His voice sounded unusually serious. We need to talk. Sophia's pulse quickened. What did you find? Not over the phone. That answer immediately worried her. When? Tomorrow morning. The next day Sophia arrived at Daniel's office early. The investigator already had several files spread across his desk. His expression revealed nothing, which somehow felt worse. Sophia sat. What happened? Daniel opened a folder. I found records. About Ethan. Some. Sophia leaned forward. Daniel hesitated, then spoke carefully. His recent history is normal. Recent. Last 10 years. Sophia waited. The problem is before that? A chill moved through her. What problem? Daniel tapped a page. There are gaps. What kind of gaps? Large ones. Sophia frowned. People move. Yes. Records get lost. Sometimes. Daniel met her eyes. But not like this. The investigator's several documents across the desk. Sophia reviewed them. Employment records. Addresses. Tax information. Everything looked normal. Until it suddenly didn't. Entire years seemed strangely absent. Not missing. Blurred. Difficult to verify. As though someone had deliberately erased portions of Ethan's past. The realization made her uneasy. Daniel continued. I've seen missing records before. And this feels different. How? Too clean. The phrase lingered. Too clean. Sophia stared at the documents. A growing sense of dread settled over her. Are you saying someone hid something? Daniel shrugged. I'm saying something doesn't fit. The distinction wasn't comforting. Not at all. When Sophia left the office, she felt more confused than ever. Yet despite everything, one fact remained unchanged. Nothing she'd learned matched the Ethan she knew. The kind Ethan. The patient Ethan. The man who brought Margaret groceries without being asked. The man who repaired broken fixtures around the estate. The man who always seemed more concerned about other people than himself. None of it fit. And that contradiction bothered her more than the missing records. Late that afternoon she returned home. Hart Manor stood quiet beneath cloudy skies. As she entered, Margaret appeared unusually nervous. The older woman rarely seemed nervous, which immediately drew Sophia's attention. Margaret. The housekeeper looked up. Oh, something about her reaction felt strange. Is everything all right? Margaret hesitated, then nodded. Of course. The answer came too quickly, Sophia noticed. But before she could ask more, Margaret changed the subject. Someone stopped by earlier. Who? Mr. Callahan. Sophia frowned. The name sounded familiar. Then she remembered. Thomas Callahan, former groundskeeper. He had retired nearly 15 years earlier. Why was he here? Margaret's expression shifted again, briefly. Subtly. Enough to be noticed. He wanted to see the estate. After 15 years. Margaret didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked toward a nearby window. Rain drifted across the gardens outside. Finally, she spoke. He misses the place. The explanation felt incomplete, very incomplete. That evening, Sophia found herself thinking about Thomas Callahan. Something about the conversation bothered her. A feeling she couldn't explain. The next morning, curiosity won again. She drove to a small coastal town where the retired groundskeeper now lived. The journey took nearly 2 hours. When Thomas answered the door, surprise filled his face. Miss Hart. Sophia smiled politely. It's Sophia. The elderly man laughed. Old habits. He invited her inside. The small house felt warm and welcoming. Photographs covered the walls. Decades of memories preserved in frames. After several minutes of casual conversation, Sophia finally asked the question, Do you remember a lakeside cabin? Thomas became very still. The reaction lasted only a moment, but it happened, and Sophia noticed, maybe. The answer sounded cautious. Too cautious. Sophia pressed gently. My father owned it. Thomas stared out the window. For a long moment he said nothing, then finally spoke. Your father spent a lot of time there. Sophia's pulse quickened. Loan. The old man hesitated. No. The answer arrived quietly, carefully, almost reluctantly. Sophia leaned forward. Who was with him? Thomas rubbed his hands together, as though debating something, as though deciding how much to reveal. Finally he sighed. There was a boy. Sophia froze. A boy. Thomas nodded slowly. Years ago. The room seemed to shrink. Sophia's heart pounded. What boy? The old groundskeeper looked uncomfortable. I don't know everything. What do you know? Thomas stared at the floor, then answered. Your father cared about him. The statement landed heavily. How much? Thomas met her eyes. Like family. Silence filled the room. Sophia struggled to process the words. Like family. A boy. A secret. The journals. Ethan. The pieces began moving inside her mind. Not fitting together, not yet. But moving. What was his name? Thomas hesitated. Longer this time. Much longer. Then he finally answered. Ethan. The name echoed through the room. Sophia's breath caught. For several seconds she couldn't speak. Couldn't move, couldn't think. Because for the first time, the possibility became real. Not a coincidence. Not a theory. Not a guess. A connection. A direct connection. Her father had known Ethan. Known him as a child. Known him decades before Sophia ever met him. And suddenly one terrifying question rose above all others. Had Ethan known this all along? Or was he just as unaware as she had been? As Sophia drove back toward Hart Manor, storm clouds gathered overhead. Rain began falling against the windshield. Yet she barely noticed. Because everything had changed. The mystery was no longer about whether Ethan was connected to her father. He clearly was. The mystery had become why. And somewhere ahead, hidden beneath decades of silence, waited an answer powerful enough to change all of their lives forever. Sophia spent the entire drive back to Hart Manor replaying Thomas Callahan's words. A boy. A secret. A child her father had cared about like family. And that child's name had been Ethan. The revelation changed everything. For weeks she had wondered whether the references inside the journals were connected to her husband. Now she knew they were. The only question remaining was how much Ethan knew. She parked outside the manor just before sunset. The estate looked peaceful. Calm. Ordinary. Yet nothing felt ordinary anymore. As she stepped inside, Margaret immediately appeared. The older woman studied her face. You found something. It wasn't a question. Sophia stared. How do you know that? Margaret smiled sadly. Because you look exactly like your father whenever you uncover a mystery. The observation would have amused her under different circumstances. Today it only deepened her curiosity. Margaret. The older woman became very still. Yes. Did my father know Ethan as a child? The reaction was immediate. Small. Subtle. But impossible to miss. Margaret looked away. That alone answered half the question. You knew. A long silence followed. Finally Margaret sighed. I knew there was a connection. Sophia felt frustration rising. What connection? Margaret shook her head. I don't know everything. Then tell me what you do know. The housekeeper walked toward a nearby window. Outside, the gardens glowed beneath the fading sunlight. For several moments she remained silent. Then she spoke quietly. Your father protected certain people. What does that mean? He believed loyalty mattered. Sophia folded her arms. That's not an answer. No. Margaret looked genuinely troubled. Unfortunately, it's the only one I have. The conversation ended there. Or rather, Margaret ended it. Every further question received the same response. Fragments. Hints. Nothing useful. Nothing complete. By the time Sophia left, her frustration had doubled. The next morning brought another surprise. Ethan was gone. Not permanently. Just missing from breakfast. Margaret mentioned he had left early to help a local community center repair storm damage. The information sounded perfectly ordinary, which somehow made it suspicious. Sophia hated herself for thinking that way. A month earlier, she would have admired Ethan's willingness to help strangers. Now every action invited questions. Every kindness felt like evidence. Every mystery created more mysteries. The realization bothered her. Because despite everything she had learned, Ethan remained the same person. Patient, reliable, generous. The secrets belonged to the past, not the present. At least that's what she kept telling herself. Near noon, Olivia called. "Tell me you found something." Sophia closed her office door. Thomas remembered him. Silence. Then, "What?" Sophia explained everything. The retired groundskeeper, the cabin, the child, the name. When she finished, Olivia sat speechless on the other end of the call. Finally, she exhaled. Okay. That's huge. It doesn't feel huge. It should." Olivia's voice sharpened. "Your father knew Ethan before you met him." "I know. Decades before." "I know. And then your father created a will that practically forced Ethan into your life." The observation hit hard. Because she hadn't allowed herself to think about it that way. Not consciously. Yet Olivia was right. The possibility existed, and it was terrifying. That evening, Sophia decided she needed distance from the mystery. Just for a few hours. No journals, no clues, no theories. She drove into town and spent the evening browsing small shops and bookstores. Normal activities. Normal thoughts. Normal life. The attempt worked surprisingly well. For a while. Then everything changed. It happened as she drove home. The road curved along the edge of a wooded area several miles from Hart Manor. Traffic remained light. Rain had begun falling again. Visibility worsened. Sophia slowed her car. Then she noticed flashing lights ahead. An accident. Several vehicles had stopped along the roadside. Without thinking, she pulled over. People gathered near a damaged bicycle. Emergency responders hadn't arrived yet. Concerned, Sophia approached. A small crowd surrounded a young boy. He couldn't have been older than 9. The child sat on the grass beside the road, shaken, frightened, but thankfully not seriously injured. An older woman knelt beside him. "I'm sure help is coming." The boy nodded, though tears remained in his eyes. Sophia felt immediate sympathy. Then someone pushed through the crowd. Someone familiar, Ethan. For a moment she wondered if she was imagining things. Then she realized he had been driving behind her. Ethan moved directly toward the child. Not cautiously, not awkwardly, naturally, as though helping people was simply part of who he was. He crouched beside the boy. "You okay?" The child nodded. "Barely." Ethan offered a reassuring smile. "What happened?" The boy glanced toward the damaged bicycle. "I slipped." Ethan followed his gaze. The front wheel looked ruined. "Looks like the bike had a bad day." The boy managed a small laugh. A tiny laugh. But a real one. Sophia watched the exchange carefully. Something about it felt significant. Not because of the accident. Because of Ethan. The warmth in his voice. The patience. The instinctive protectiveness. The interaction looked effortless. Natural. Almost familiar. Several minutes later, emergency responders arrived. The situation quickly stabilized. The boy had escaped with only minor injuries. Nothing serious. Nothing lasting. Yet an unexpected complication emerged. No parents. No guardians. No one could immediately be reached. The child introduced himself as Noah. His grandmother had recently passed away. He currently lived with temporary guardians who were out of town. The details sounded complicated. Messy. Heartbreaking. As the authorities worked through procedures, Ethan remained nearby, talking quietly with Noam, keeping him calm, making sure he wasn't alone. Sophia noticed something unusual. Noah seemed to trust him immediately. Children often recognized kindness faster than adults. Perhaps that explained it. Perhaps not. An hour later, arrangements were finally made. A social worker arrived. Transportation was organized. The immediate crisis ended. Before Noah left, he looked toward Ethan. "Thanks." Ethan smiled. "No problem." The boy hesitated, then asked a question. "Will I see you again?" The simplicity of it struck everyone nearby. Ethan seemed momentarily surprised. Then he nodded. "I think so." The answer appeared to satisfy Noah. A few moments later, the car disappeared down the road. The crowd dispersed. The accident became a memory. Yet something lingered. As Sophia and Ethan returned to their vehicles, she found herself studying him. What? She hadn't realized she was staring. "You were good with him." Ethan looked away. The answer came quietly. "I've always liked kids." Sophia waited, but no further explanation followed. The drive back to Hart Manor felt different, quieter, thoughtful. The mystery surrounding Ethan continued growing. Yet tonight had revealed something important. Not a clue, not evidence. Character. Whatever secrets existed in his past, the man she knew wasn't pretending. His kindness felt genuine. His compassion felt genuine. His concern for Noah had certainly been genuine. And somehow that made everything more complicated. Later that night, after dinner, Sophia returned to the study. The journals waited. The mystery waited. Everything waited. Yet her thoughts kept returning to Noah and Ethan. The image of them sitting together beside the road replayed repeatedly. Then she remembered something. One of the journals. A specific passage. She searched through the volumes until she found it. An entry written years earlier. A passage discussing responsibility, protection, second chances. At the time it had seemed meaningless. Tonight it felt different. Sophia read the final sentence twice, then a third time. Every child deserves someone willing to stay. The words belonged to her father. Yet somehow they reminded her of Ethan. The similarity unsettled her. Because the more she learned, the more parallels appeared. Richard Hart, Ethan Reed. Two men connected by a secret. Two men connected by values. Two men connected by something far deeper than coincidence. Outside, rain tapped gently against the windows. Inside, Hart Manor remained quiet, and somewhere else in the city, a young boy named Noah was settling into temporary care. None of them understood it yet. But Noah's arrival had not been random. His path and Ethan's path had just crossed for the first time. And before this story ended, that connection would become far more important than anyone could imagine. For now, however, Sophia faced a different challenge. She finally knew that her father and Ethan shared a history. What she still didn't know was the truth, and buried somewhere inside the remaining journals waited an answer powerful enough to change everything she believed about her father, her marriage, and the stranger she had married. 3 nights after Noah's accident, Sophia finally found what she had been searching for. Or rather, what she had been fearing. The discovery happened shortly after midnight. The rest of Hart Manor had fallen asleep. Rain whispered against the windows. The fireplace cast soft shadows across the study. Sophia sat alone behind her father's desk, surrounded by journals, loose papers, and half-finished notes. For weeks she had been chasing fragments, hints, pieces. Every answer seemed to create 3 new questions. Yet tonight felt different. Something inside her told her she was close. Very close. She opened another journal. One she had not yet fully examined. The leather cover appeared newer than the others. The pages looked less worn. The date on the opening entry immediately caught her attention. 21 years earlier. Around the same period Thomas Callahan had mentioned. Around the same period Ethan would have been a child. Sophia turned pages carefully. Business entries, travel notes, meetings, ordinary details. Then suddenly she found it. The entry began like any other. A discussion of estate matters, maintenance projects, financial concerns, nothing unusual. Then halfway through the page her eyes stopped moving. A name appeared. Not Ethan, not yet. A surname, Reed. Sophia sat upright. Her pulse accelerated. She read the line again and again, then continued. The next sentence hit even harder. For the first time, her father had written the full name, Ethan Reed. The room seemed to tilt slightly. Sophia stared at the words, unable to look away, unable to process them. This wasn't a coincidence, not a possibility, not a theory. The proof sat directly in front of her. Her father had known Ethan Reed, specifically, personally, years before Sophia ever met him, years before the strange inheritance condition, years before the marriage. The realization sent a chill through her. She continued reading, desperately. The journal entry described a meeting. Nothing dramatic, nothing revealing. Yet the tone felt personal, protective, concerned. Richard Hart wasn't writing about an employee. He wasn't writing about a business partner. He was writing about someone who mattered. Someone important. Someone he felt responsible for. Sophia flipped forward several pages. More references appeared. More mentions. More concern. Yet frustratingly little explanation. The pattern remained the same. Enough information to confirm a connection. Never enough information to explain it. Around 1 in the morning, Sophia pushed away from the desk. Her thoughts raced. For weeks she had been wondering whether Ethan knew her father. Now she knew the answer. The real question had changed. Did Ethan know her father knew him? Or had he somehow forgotten? Neither possibility made sense. Neither felt satisfying. The only certainty was that she needed answers. Immediately. Sleep became impossible. By sunrise, Sophia had reached a decision. She was going to confront Ethan. Not aggressively. Not accusingly. But directly. No more assumptions. No more theories. No more secret investigations. Just questions. Honest questions. The opportunity arrived sooner than expected. She found Ethan alone in the breakfast room. Sunlight streamed through the windows. A newspaper rested beside his coffee. Everything looked normal, ordinary, which somehow made the conversation harder. Ethan looked up as she entered. Morning. Sophia nodded. Morning. The silence that followed felt unusual. Ethan noticed immediately. Something in her expression changed his posture. His attention sharpened. What happened? Sophia sat across from him. For several seconds she simply looked at him, trying to reconcile two versions of the same man, the Ethan she knew, and the Ethan from the journals. Finally she spoke. Did you know my father? The reaction was subtle, extremely subtle, yet it existed. A flicker, a hesitation, a pause lasting less than a second. Sophia noticed it instantly. Ethan set down his coffee. That's an interesting question. The answer wasn't a denial. Her pulse quickened. So, a long silence followed. Then Ethan sighed, and everything changed. Yes. The single word felt like a thunderclap. Sophia stared. You knew him. Wes. The confirmation hit harder than expected. Because despite everything she'd found, part of her had still hoped she was wrong. Part of her had hoped there was another explanation. There wasn't. You knew him before we met. Yes. How long? Ethan looked toward the window, as though searching for the right words. A long time. Sophia folded her arms. How long? Another pause. Since I was a child. The room became completely silent. Sophia's heart pounded. Thomas had been telling the truth. The journals had been telling the truth. Everything had been true. What exactly was your relationship? Ethan's expression changed. Not fear, not guilt. Pain. A quiet sadness. And for the first time since she'd met him, he looked genuinely uncomfortable. I can't answer that. Sophia blinked. What? I can't. The response instantly triggered frustration. Why not? Ethan remained silent. Why? His gaze lowered briefly, then returned to hers. Because it's not my story to tell. The answer only made things worse. Sophia stood. What does that even mean? It means there are things your father wanted revealed in a specific way. The statement stunned her. You knew about the journals. For the first time, genuine surprise crossed Ethan's face. The journals. Sophia froze. That reaction appeared real. Completely real. You don't know about them? New. The confusion in his voice sounded authentic. Both stared at each other, trying to determine whether the other was lying. Eventually, Sophia sat down again. The confrontation had not gone as expected. Not at all. She had anticipated deception, evasion, maybe anger. Instead, she found confusion and sadness. Neither fit her assumptions. Ethan rubbed a hand across his face. What journals? Sophia hesitated, then told him, not everything. But enough. The hidden compartment. The diaries. The references. The notes. As she spoke, Ethan listened carefully. The surprise on his face never disappeared. When she finished, he looked genuinely shaken. Your father left journals. Wes. A long silence followed. Then Ethan whispered something she barely heard. I should have known. What? He looked away. Nothing. The answer irritated her. There are too many secrets. I know. Then stop keeping them. Ethan closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, something had changed. A decision. A realization. Perhaps both. I did know your father. Sophia waited. He helped me. The statement felt important, yet incomplete. How? I can't explain yet. The frustration returned instantly. Ethan. I'm serious. His voice remained calm, almost pleading. There are things I need to confirm first. Confirm. Less. Sophia stared. None of this made sense. None of it. The conversation ended shortly afterward. Not because either wanted it to. Because neither knew what else to say. Sophia spent the rest of the day struggling to focus. Work became impossible. Concentration vanished. Every thought returned to the same place. Ethan knew her father. Her father knew Ethan. Both had been carrying secrets, and somehow those secrets had led to a marriage. The implications were staggering. That evening, another surprise arrived. Daniel called. His voice sounded urgent. I found something. Sophia immediately sat upright. What? A property record. Her pulse quickened. What kind of property record? The lakeside cabin. Sophia froze. Daniel continued. The trust ownership hasn't changed in decades. So someone has been paying maintenance costs. The realization hit immediately. Someone had been looking after the cabin. Someone had been preserving it. For years. Ooh. Daniel hesitated. Then answered. The payments were authorized by Richard Hart. Sophia closed her eyes. Of course they were. Her father had never abandoned the cabin. Never forgotten it. Whatever happened there remained important enough to protect. Even after decades. Even until his death. There's more. Sophia's eyes opened. What? Daniel's voice lowered. The last authorized maintenance request happened 6 months before your father died. The statement sent a chill through her. 6 months. Not 20 years ago. Not 10 years ago. Recently. Very recently. Which meant the cabin wasn't merely a relic from the past. It was still part of the mystery. Still connected. Still important. After the call ended, Sophia returned to the study. The journals waited exactly where she'd left them. Silent. Patient. Dangerous. She opened the volume containing Ethan's full name. Then stared at the entry once more. This time a different detail caught her attention. A location. A notation written in the margin. Small enough to overlook. Easy to miss. Yet impossible to ignore now. The cabin. The same cabin Daniel had mentioned. The same cabin her father continued maintaining. The same cabin connected to Ethan. Sophia's pulse accelerated. For the first time, she felt certain about something. The answers weren't inside Hart Manor anymore. They were waiting somewhere else. Waiting beside a lake. Waiting inside a forgotten cabin. And soon, she intended to find them. No matter what secrets were buried there. The decision was made before Sophia fully realized it. She was going to visit the cabin. Not eventually, not someday, soon. The discovery of Ethan's full name inside the journals had changed everything. The cabin was no longer a side mystery. It had become the center of the puzzle. Every clue seemed to lead back there. Every unanswered question pointed toward it. And somewhere in the middle stood Ethan. The man she had married. The man she barely understood. The man her father had apparently known for decades. 3 days later, Sophia stood in the study reviewing maps. Olivia sat nearby. Daniel occupied one of the leather chairs. The atmosphere felt less like a family discussion and more like an investigation. Which, Sophia supposed, it had become. Daniel spread several documents across the desk. The property is isolated. How isolated? Very. Sophia glanced at the map. The cabin sat beside a lake surrounded by dense forest. The nearest town was nearly 30 minutes away. Any recent activity? Daniel nodded. A little. That answer immediately caught her attention. What kind of activity? Utility records. Sophia leaned forward. Daniel pointed toward a report. Electricity usage. The statement surprised her. I thought the place was abandoned. So did I. Daniel slid another paper across the desk. The usage is minimal. But it's not zero. The room grew quiet. Someone had been there. Recently. Perhaps regularly. The realization sent a chill through Sophia. Olivia folded her arms. Could Ethan be using it? The question lingered. Sophia hated herself for considering it. Yet she couldn't ignore the possibility. Daniel shrugged. Maybe. No one seemed satisfied by the answer. The uncertainty remained. Hours later, Sophia found Ethan working in one of the estate gardens. The afternoon sun had finally broken through several days of rain. The grounds looked beautiful. Peaceful. Almost normal. Sophia stood watching him for several moments. Part of her still struggled to reconcile everything. The man tending flowers. The man helping neighbors. The man fixing broken fences. And the man connected to decades of secrets. Eventually, Ethan noticed her. Something wrong. The concern in his voice remained genuine. As always, Sophia took a deep breath. We need to talk. The smile faded immediately. A few minutes later, they sat on a stone bench overlooking the gardens. Neither spoke at first. The silence stretched. Then Sophia decided to stop dancing around the truth. I know about the cabin. Ethan became very still. Not defensive. Not angry. Still. The reaction alone confirmed more than words ever could. You know it? The statement wasn't a question. Ethan looked toward the distant tree line. Yes. Sophia's pulse quickened. You've been there. Another pause. Then, yes. The answer felt like a physical blow. Not because of what it meant, because of how calmly he admitted it. No denial. No excuses. No attempts to evade the truth, just honesty. Which somehow made everything harder. Why? Ethan closed his eyes briefly. Then opened again. I can't explain. Frustration exploded inside her. There it is again. Ethan said nothing. Every answer creates another wall. I know? No. I don't think you do. Sophia stood. Emotion finally breaking through. My father knew you. Wes. He wrote about you. Yes. You knew him since childhood. Wes. You've been visiting a cabin connected to him. Yes. Sophia stared at him. Then explained. The silence that followed felt endless. Finally, Ethan spoke. Quietly. Almost sadly. If I tell you the wrong thing, I could destroy everything your father spent years trying to protect. The answer stunned her. Because he sounded sincere. Completely sincere. And that only deepened the confusion. What exactly was he protecting? Ethan looked away. I don't know all of it. Sophia laughed bitterly. Of course you don't. I don't. You expect me to believe that. His eyes met hers. For the first time, genuine frustration appeared. Do you think this is easy for me? The question caught her off guard. Because she had never considered it. Not really. She had spent weeks focused on her own confusion, her own grief, her own inheritance. Perhaps Ethan carried questions too. Perhaps he wasn't holding answers. Perhaps he was trapped inside the same mystery. The possibility unsettled her. Neither spoke for several moments. Eventually, Sophia sat down again. Exhaustion replaced anger. The conversation had accomplished nothing, yet somehow it felt important. For the first time, she believed Ethan wasn't intentionally manipulating her. He was hiding something. Yes. But not for selfish reasons. Not for money. Not for power, something else. Something connected to Richard Hart. That evening, Victor arrived unexpectedly. The timing felt suspicious. It usually did. Sophia found him in the library speaking with several executives from Hart Holdings. The conversation stopped the moment she entered. Another bad sign. Victor smiled. Good evening. Sophia resisted rolling her eyes. What are you doing here? Victor remained calm. Business. Ate my house. Our house once. The correction felt deliberate. Petty. Exactly the kind of thing Victor enjoyed. Sophia folded her arms. What do you want? Victor dismissed the executives. The moment they left, his smile faded slightly. I wanted to check on you. No, you didn't. The honesty seemed to amuse him. No, at least he admitted it. Victor walked toward the fireplace. The board is nervous. The board is always nervous. More than usual. Sophia said nothing. Victor turned toward her. They think you're distracted. The statement irritated her. Because it wasn't entirely wrong. And perception matters. There it was. The real purpose of the visit, pressure. Again, always pressure. Victor studied her carefully. You've changed. Sophia frowned. What does that mean? You seem preoccupied. The observation felt too accurate, too observant. For a moment, she wondered whether he knew something, whether he suspected something. The possibility made her uneasy. Victor smiled. Whatever is distracting you, I hope it resolves itself. Then he left. The conversation lasted less than 10 minutes. Yet it ruined her evening. Because for the first time, she sensed urgency beneath Victor's confidence. As though he feared something. As though he worried about what she might discover. The thought remained with her late into the night. After midnight, she returned to the journals. Again, the routine had become almost automatic. Read, analyze, search, repeat. Hours passed. Then she found another entry. A short one. Barely half a page. Yet it immediately captured her attention. The date matched a period shortly after Ethan's 18th birthday. Richard's handwriting looked unusually shaky. The entry described a disagreement, an argument. Not between business partners. Between people who cared about one another. Sophia read every line carefully. The details remained vague. Frustratingly vague. But one sentence stood out. One sentence she could not ignore. Ethan believes the truth would destroy her. Sophia stared at the words. Her. Who was her? The obvious answer terrified her. Could it be her mother? Could it be Sophia herself? The possibility sent a chill through her. She continued reading. The rest of the entry provided no answers. Only more questions. Always more questions. At 3 a.m, she finally closed the journal. Sleep felt impossible. The mystery had become larger than an inheritance. Larger than Ethan. Larger than the cabin. Something happened decades ago. Something powerful enough to shape multiple lives. Something powerful enough for Richard Hart to carry until his death. And whatever it was, Ethan had known pieces of it for years. The next morning, Sophia made a decision. No more waiting. No more waiting. No more theories. The cabin was no longer optional. It was necessary. Because somewhere inside that isolated building waited answers. Answers Richard Hart had protected. Answers Ethan feared. Answers Victor might already know. And for the first time since discovering the journals, Sophia felt closer to the truth than ever before. Whether that truth would save her family or destroy it remained to be seen. The trip to the cabin was scheduled for Saturday morning. Sophia spent the next 2 days preparing. Not because the journey required preparation. Because she needed time to think. Every clue pointed toward the cabin. Every question seemed connected to it, and for reasons she couldn't explain, that frightened her. Deep down, she sensed something important waited there. Something capable of changing everything. The feeling grew stronger each day. By Friday afternoon, another problem emerged. Victor. Specifically, Victor's growing interest in Ethan. Sophia first noticed it during a board meeting. The agenda focused on quarterly projections. Nothing unusual. Nothing connected to the inheritance. Yet Victor spent an alarming amount of time watching Ethan's photograph. The photograph appeared in a presentation regarding charitable initiatives Ethan had recently helped organize. A harmless slide. A harmless image. Yet Victor's reaction felt anything but harmless. He stared too long. Too carefully. As though trying to remember something. The observation lingered in Sophia's mind long after the meeting ended. That evening, Daniel called. His voice immediately sounded troubled. Where are you? Hart Manor. The answer confused her. Why? Daniel hesitated, then sighed. I think Victor hired investigators. Sophia sat upright. What? The investigator's tone remained serious. I've been hearing things. Hearing what? Questions. A chill moved through her. What kind of questions? Questions about Ethan. The room suddenly felt colder. Sophia looked toward the windows. Dark clouds drifted across the evening sky. For several seconds she couldn't speak. Then, how much does Victor know? Not enough. The answer provided little comfort. But he's trying. Sophia rubbed her temples. Of course he was. Victor never ignored potential advantages. If Ethan represented a threat, Victor would investigate. If Ethan represented a weakness, Victor would exploit it. It was exactly the kind of thing he would do. What have they found? Daniel hesitated. Not much. Yet. The single word carried enormous weight. Sophia stood and began pacing. This complicated everything. The mystery had already become dangerous. Now Victor was inserting himself into it, and that rarely ended well. The next morning brought another surprise. Sophia entered the breakfast room expecting to find Ethan. Instead, she found Olivia. Several folders covered the table. The attorney looked exhausted. Please tell me those contain good news. Olivia laughed. If they did, I'd be smiling. The fair point. Sophia sat down. What happened? Olivia pushed a folder toward her. Victor filed additional requests. Sophia frowned. Requests for what? Financial disclosures. The irritation arrived immediately. He can't be serious. Oh, he's serious. Sophia opened the folder. Pages of legal paperwork stared back at her. Technical language. Formal demands. Endless bureaucracy. The purpose became obvious almost immediately. Victor wasn't searching for information about the company. He was searching for information about Ethan. Trying to find weaknesses. Trying to create leverage. Trying to create doubt. The realization angered her more than expected. Because despite everything, Ethan had done nothing wrong. At least nothing she could prove. Nothing she genuinely believed. Olivia watched her carefully. You've changed your opinion. Sophia looked up. What? About Ethan. The observation surprised her. Had it become that obvious? Olivia smiled slightly. At first you thought he might be manipulating you. Sophia remained silent. Now you don't. The statement wasn't entirely accurate. She still had questions. Still had doubts. Still had concerns. Yet somewhere along the way, she had stopped believing Ethan was the villain. The mystery remained. The deception remained. But the malice didn't, and that distinction mattered. A lot. Later that day, Ethan found her sitting alone in the library. You look angry. Sophia laughed. Victor. That explains it. He sat across from her. The simple familiarity of the moment felt strange. Months ago they had been strangers. Now they could identify each other's moods instantly. Neither seemed to notice how much had changed. Sophia handed him the paperwork. Ethan scanned several pages. Then sighed. He's investigating me. Yes. The response came quietly. Not surprised. Not shocked. Almost resigned. Sophia noticed immediately. You expected this. Ethan looked toward the window. Eventually, the answer unsettled her. Why? A long silence followed. Then Ethan shrugged. People like Victor don't ignore unanswered questions. The statement felt oddly specific. Too specific. As though he understood Victor far better than he should. Sophia filed the observation away. Another mystery. Another question. The list continued growing. That evening, Daniel arrived at Hart Manor. The investigator carried several new files. His expression looked grim. Sophia immediately knew something had happened. They gathered inside the study. Sophia, Olivia, Daniel. The room had unofficially become headquarters for their investigation. Daniel spread the files across the desk. What did you find? The investigator exhaled slowly. Victor's team located something. Sophia's stomach tightened. What? Daniel opened the first folder. A woman, The answer confused everyone. A woman? Daniel nodded. Ethan's mother. The room became silent. For the first time in weeks, they had something concrete. Something real. Not theories. Not assumptions. A person. A name. A connection. Sophia leaned forward. What about her? Daniel reviewed his notes. She worked for the Hart family. The words landed like a hammer. Nobody spoke. Nobody moved. The implication became obvious immediately. Worked for the Hart family. Years ago. Around the same period mentioned in the journals. Around the same period Ethan appeared. Sophia felt her pulse accelerate. Doing what? Administrative work. Daniel glanced down at another document. Mostly accounting. The room remained silent. Everyone seemed to be processing the same thought. The same possibility. The same dangerous question. Was Ethan connected to the Hart family through his mother? And if so, how? Olivia finally voiced what everyone else was thinking. Do we know who Ethan's father was? Daniel shook his head. No. The answer created more tension. Not less. Sophia leaned back slowly. A strange feeling settled over her. The theory seemed obvious. Too obvious. Which made her distrust it immediately. Life rarely followed obvious paths. Especially where secrets were concerned. Daniel appeared to share her concern. The records are incomplete. Meaning, I'm not convinced this is the whole story. The statement provided a small amount of relief. Because Sophia wasn't convinced either. Something still felt wrong. Something still didn't fit. Hours later, after Daniel and Olivia left, Sophia remained alone in the study. The files covered the desk. The journals sat nearby. Every piece of evidence pointed toward the same period. The same people. The same secrets. Yet the complete picture remained frustratingly invisible. A soft knock interrupted her thoughts. Ethan stepped into the room. For a moment neither spoke. Then Ethan noticed the files. His expression changed. Only slightly. But enough. You found something. Sophia nodded. A little? Ethan walked closer. His gaze moved across the documents, then stopped. The moment he saw his mother's name, all color drained from his face. The reaction lasted only a second. Yet it revealed everything. Sophia stood. You know. Ethan stared at the page, not denying it, not confirming it, just staring. The silence became unbearable. Finally he spoke, very quietly. My mother worked for your father. The admission felt enormous, because it was the first genuine piece of his history he had ever volunteered. Sophia waited, expecting more, hoping for more. But Ethan said nothing else. Just continued staring at the document, as though looking at a ghost, as though revisiting a life he had spent years trying to leave behind. When he finally looked up, his eyes carried something Sophia had never seen before. Fear. Not fear for himself. Fear of the truth. Fear of what happened when the final pieces fell into place. And suddenly Sophia understood something important. Whatever secret connected Ethan and Richard Hart, Ethan wasn't protecting himself. He was protecting someone else. The question was who and why. Outside, thunder rolled across the distant hills. Storm clouds gathered above Hart Manor. Inside the study, the mystery continued deepening. The cabin waited. The journals waited. The truth waited. And somewhere in the middle of it all, Victor's investigation was moving closer to the same answers. Closer than ever. Which meant time was running out. For everyone. The storm arrived before dawn. Rain hammered the windows of Hart Manor. Wind rattled ancient branches outside. Thunder rolled across the hills surrounding the estate. Sophia barely slept. Too many thoughts competed for attention. Ethan's mother. The journals. Victor's investigation. The cabin. Every path led back to the same destination. And now, for the first time, Ethan appeared genuinely afraid of what they might find there. That frightened her more than anything else. Because Ethan wasn't a man who frightened easily. By 6 in the morning, she was already downstairs. Coffee sat untouched beside her. Maps covered the breakfast table. Property records lay scattered nearby. The cabin's location seemed burned into her memory. Olivia arrived shortly after sunrise. Daniel followed 20 minutes later. Both looked tired. Neither complained. Today felt important. Everyone sensed it. The final arrival came moments later. Ethan. The room became noticeably quieter when he entered. Not awkward. Not hostile. Just cautious. The events of the previous evening remained fresh in everyone's minds. Sophia watched him take a seat. For several moments, nobody spoke. Then Daniel broke the silence. "We'll leave now." Simple. Direct. Necessary. 2 hours later, they were driving north. The weather gradually improved as they left the city behind. Rain became drizzle. Drizzle became mist. Eventually, even the clouds began breaking apart. The landscape transformed. Roads narrowed. Forests thickened. Civilization faded. The further they traveled, the more isolated everything became. Sophia sat beside Ethan. The silence between them felt unusually heavy. Not uncomfortable. Just full of unasked questions. Eventually she spoke. "You've been there recently." It wasn't a question. Ethan nodded. "Yes." "How recently?" He stared through the windshield. "A few months ago." Sophia absorbed that. A few months. Around the same period her father had still been alive. Around the same period maintenance requests had continued. The timing felt significant. "What were you doing there?" Ethan remained silent for several seconds, then answered, "Remembering." The response surprised her, because it sounded honest. Completely honest. Not evasive, not defensive. Just sad. Sophia wanted to ask more, but something stopped her. For now. The journey continued. Nearly an hour later, Daniel pointed ahead. There. The cabin appeared between the trees. Small, weathered, isolated. Time seemed to have forgotten it. The structure sat beside a quiet lake. Tall pines surrounded the property. The water reflected the cloudy sky above. For a moment, nobody moved. The place felt strangely peaceful, and strangely important, as though it had been waiting for them, waiting for answers. Sophia stepped out first. Cool air greeted her. The silence felt almost unnatural. No traffic, no crowds, no city noise, only wind moving through trees. Ethan stood beside her. His expression had changed. He wasn't looking at a building. He was looking at memories. The realization struck her immediately. This place mattered to him. Deeply, Daniel moved toward the front door. It doesn't look abandoned. The observation surprised everyone, because he was right. The cabin appeared old, yet cared for, maintained. Someone had been preserving it. Sophia exchanged a glance with Ethan. Neither said anything. Daniel reached the door. The old lock yielded easily. Then the cabin opened. Dust filled the air. Sunlight streamed through dirty windows. The interior remained frozen in time. Furniture, books, photographs. Everything looked untouched, as though someone expected to return. Sophia stepped inside slowly. Her heart pounded. Years of secrets surrounded her. Years of unanswered questions. The cabin felt less like a building and more like a memory. A preserved piece of the past. Daniel immediately began examining documents. Olivia searched shelves. Sophia wandered deeper inside. Every room contained clues. Photographs, letters, personal items, pieces of lives she barely understood. Then she found something. A locked wooden chest. Small, old, hidden beneath a bed. The sight immediately caught her attention. Daniel. The investigator joined her moments later. His eyes narrowed. Interesting. The very interesting. The lock looked ancient, yet intact. Whatever sat inside had been protected carefully. For a very long time. Daniel examined it, then smiled slightly. Give me a minute. Several minutes later, the lock opened. The sound seemed unusually loud inside the quiet cabin. Sophia felt her pulse accelerate. Slowly, Daniel lifted the lid. Inside sat folders, letters, photographs, and several sealed envelopes. The discovery felt enormous. Everyone gathered around. Years of mystery might finally be ending. Sophia reached for the first envelope. Then, everything changed. A loud crash echoed outside. Everyone froze. The sound came again. this time closer. Daniel moved immediately. What was that? Nobody answered. The group hurried toward the front door. Sophia's stomach tightened. A strange feeling settled over her. Something was wrong. Very wrong. They stepped outside. At first she didn't understand what she was seeing. Then realization struck. Smoke. Dark smoke, rising behind the cabin. For a moment nobody moved. Nobody spoke. Then Daniel swore under his breath. The smoke thickened rapidly. Far too rapidly. And suddenly flames appeared. Orange against gray skies. Violent. Hungry. Impossible to ignore. The fire wasn't inside the cabin. Not yet. But it was moving. Fast. Much too fast. Everyone out. Daniel's voice cut through the chaos. Instantly. Firmly. The urgency shocked Sophia into motion. Within seconds they had moved away from the structure. The fire spread aggressively through nearby brush. Wind carried sparks toward the building. The situation deteriorated with terrifying speed. Ethan stared toward the tree line. Scanning. Searching. As though expecting someone. Sophia noticed immediately. What? He didn't answer. His eyes remained fixed on the forest. Then his expression darkened. Someone was here. The statement sent a chill through everyone. What do you mean? Ethan pointed. Fresh tire tracks, barely visible, yet unmistakable. Daniel crouched immediately. Examining them, his face hardened. Recent. Very recent. The realization hit all of them simultaneously. This wasn't an accident. Someone had been watching. Someone knew they were coming. Someone wanted something destroyed. The fire reached the cabin moments later. Flames climbed the walls. Windows shattered. Smoke poured into the sky. Years of secrets disappeared before their eyes. Sophia felt sick. The chest. The letters. The evidence. Everything. Gone. Or so she thought. Then Daniel lifted something from beneath his jacket. One folder. A single folder. Retrieved seconds before they ran. The investigator's expression remained grim. Not much. Sophia stared. But not nothing. Hope returned. Small. Fragile. Yet real. The fire continued consuming the cabin. Emergency crews wouldn't arrive for at least 30 minutes. Too late. Far too late. The damage had already been done. As they stood watching the structure burn, Ethan remained unusually quiet. Sophia moved beside him. Neither spoke for several moments. Finally, she asked the question. Did you know this would happen? Ethan looked genuinely shocked. What? The fire. No. The answer arrived instantly. Without hesitation. Without uncertainty. Sophia believed him. Completely. Which created an even more troubling question. Who did know? Because someone had acted first. Someone had anticipated their visit. Someone had chosen destruction over discovery. The implications were terrifying. As smoke drifted across the lake, Daniel approached. His expression looked darker than ever. What is it? The investigator handed Sophia the rescued folder. The cover contained no title, no labels, nothing, just aged paper. Yet Daniel's next words changed everything. I recognized one name before we left. Sophia's pulse quickened. What name? Daniel looked toward Ethan, then back at her. Ethan's mother. Silence. Absolute silence. The folder suddenly felt heavier, more important, potentially dangerous. Because if someone had been willing to burn an entire cabin to destroy those documents, whatever remained inside had to matter. A lot. The fire eventually died. The cabin did not survive. By sunset, only blackened ruins remained beside the lake. The answers they came seeking had nearly vanished forever. Nearly. But not entirely. One folder survived. One collection of documents escaped destruction. One final chance remained. As darkness settled across the ruined property, Sophia looked at the rescued folder resting in her hands. Whatever secrets her father had protected, whatever truths Ethan feared, whatever Victor was desperately trying to uncover, some part of it had survived the fire. And soon, for the first time, they might finally learn why. The drive back to Hart Manor felt longer than the journey there. No one spoke much. The fire had changed everything. The mystery was no longer academic. No longer historical. Someone had actively tried to destroy evidence. Someone had known they were coming. Someone had acted before they could uncover the truth. The realization sat heavily inside the vehicle. Sophia stared out the window as forests passed by. The rescued folder rested on her lap. Every few minutes she glanced at it, wondering, fearing, hoping. Whatever remained inside had survived by sheer luck. Or perhaps something more. By the time they reached Hart Manor, darkness had fallen. The estate lights glowed warmly against the night. Yet nobody headed toward dinner. Nobody talked about rest. Everyone moved directly toward the study. The folder sat at the center of Richard Hart's desk. The same desk where the mystery had begun. For several seconds nobody touched it. Then Daniel finally opened it. The room became silent. Inside were dozens of documents, old photographs, letters, financial records, medical paperwork, and a small leather notebook. Sophia felt her pulse quicken. This was it. Years of secrets condensed into a single collection. Daniel carefully removed the first stack. The documents appeared old, very old. Many dated back more than 20 years. One by one, they began examining them. The first hour produced confusion. The second produced frustration. Most of the papers appeared ordinary. Household expenses, property records, insurance forms, nothing significant, nothing explosive. Then Olivia found something. A personnel file. The file belonged to a woman named Sarah Reed, Ethan's mother. The room immediately grew quiet. Sophia glanced toward Ethan. His expression remained unreadable, yet she noticed how tightly he held the armrest of his chair. The file revealed basic information, employment dates, references, addresses, nothing unusual, until the final pages. Olivia frowned. What is it? The attorney turned another page, then another. A strange expression crossed her face. These records don't belong here. Sophia moved closer. What do you mean? Olivia handed over the file. Attached to the employment records sat several documents that had no obvious connection. Personal correspondence, financial assistance requests, private notes, and one particular document, a birth certificate application. The room became completely still. Sophia read the name, Ethan Reed. The document wasn't the final certificate, only an application. Yet something immediately felt wrong. Very wrong. The father's section remained blank. No name, no information. Nothing. The absence seemed to echo through the room. Daniel leaned forward. Interesting. Ethan said nothing. Not a single word. Sophia continued reading. The application had been processed through a legal office partially owned by Richard Hart. Not directly. Indirectly. Yet the connection existed. Another coincidence. Or perhaps not. At this point, nobody believed in coincidences anymore. Hours passed. More documents emerged. More fragments. More clues. Gradually a picture began forming. Not a complete picture, but enough to raise alarming possibilities. Near midnight, Daniel finally voiced what everyone else was thinking. What if Ethan is related to the Hart family? The words landed heavily. No one responded immediately, because everyone had already considered it. Privately, quietly, repeatedly. Sophia stared at the desk. The theory seemed obvious. Almost too obvious. Ethan's mother worked for Richard Hart. Richard had protected Ethan for years. The inheritance condition had somehow pushed Sophia and Ethan together. The journals were full of concern. The pieces appeared to fit too well, which made Sophia uneasy. Life rarely followed simple explanations, especially when decades of secrets were involved. Olivia folded her arms. If he was Richard's son. The sentence remained unfinished. Nobody wanted to complete it. Nobody wanted to say the words aloud, because the implications were enormous. Sophia immediately rejected the idea, not emotionally, instinctively. Something about it felt wrong, deeply wrong. Richard Hart had many flaws, but secrets of that magnitude, no, it didn't fit, not completely. Daniel seemed unconvinced as well. The theory explained some things, but not everything. Sophia said. Daniel nodded. Exactly. The mystery remained larger than a simple hidden relationship. Far larger. Eventually the others retired for the night. Only Sophia remained, and Ethan. The study grew quiet. Firelight flickered across the walls. The folder remained open between them. Neither seemed eager to leave, or eager to speak. Finally Ethan broke the silence. My mother never talked about him. Sophia looked up. The statement surprised her, because it wasn't a defense. It wasn't an argument. Just a memory. Richard. Ethan nodded. Not much. Sophia waited. For once, Ethan continued without prompting. She respected him. Another pause. Trusted him. The words felt important. Very important. Sophia leaned forward. Did she ever explain why? Ethan shook his head. No. The frustration returned. Not because Ethan refused to answer. Because he genuinely didn't seem to know. The realization had become increasingly difficult to ignore. Whatever secret connected their lives, Ethan wasn't the architect. He was part of it. Just like her. Perhaps even a victim of it. The possibility changed everything. For a long moment neither spoke. Then Ethan surprised her again. I asked questions once. Sophia immediately looked up. When I was young. His voice remained quiet. Careful. The way people spoke when discussing old wounds. My mother always avoided them. What kind of questions? Ethan stared into the fire. About Richard. The answer felt significant. Very significant. What did she say? A sad smile appeared briefly. Almost nothing. Sophia waited. Eventually Ethan continued. She told me some people spend their lives carrying promises. The statement lingered. Promises. Richard's journals mentioned promises repeatedly. The connection felt impossible to ignore. What kind of promises? Ethan shook his head. I never found out. The study fell silent again. Hours earlier Sophia would have viewed Ethan as a source of answers. Now she saw something different. Someone carrying the same uncertainty. Someone chasing the same truth. The realization softened something inside her. Not entirely. Questions remained. Trust remained complicated. Yet she no longer felt alone inside the mystery. Around 1 a.m, Ethan finally stood. Before leaving, he paused beside the desk. His gaze drifted toward the folder, toward the documents, toward the evidence. Then he spoke quietly. Be careful. Sophia frowned. What? Ethan looked directly at her. The fire wasn't random. She already knew that. Yet hearing him say it felt different. More real. More dangerous. What do you think they're protecting? The question escaped before she could stop it. Ethan remained silent for several seconds, then answered, I don't think they're protecting something. Sophia's pulse quickened. What do you mean? His expression darkened. I think they're protecting someone. The statement remained in her thoughts long after he left. Protecting someone, not something. Someone. The distinction mattered. A lot. The following morning brought another surprise. Daniel arrived carrying new information. The investigator looked exhausted, which usually meant progress. What happened? Daniel dropped a folder onto the desk. I found another connection. Sophia immediately sat upright. What kind of connection? Daniel opened the file. Several photographs appeared. Old photographs. Very old photographs. Most showed employees working on Hart properties decades earlier. Then Sophia noticed something. One image in particular. Richard Hart, Sarah Reed, and another man she didn't recognize. The three stood together outside the lakeside cabin, smiling, comfortable. Not employer and employee, not casual acquaintances, friends. The realization struck everyone simultaneously. Richard hadn't merely helped Sarah Reed. He had known her personally, very personally. The photograph alone proved that. Daniel pointed toward the unidentified man. I think he matters. Sophia studied the image. Something about him felt important. Significant. Almost central. Who is he? Daniel shook his head. I don't know. Yet. The word remained unspoken. But everyone heard it anyway. Because for the first time since the mystery began, A new figure had entered the story. A man standing beside Richard Hart and Sarah Reed. A man connected to the cabin. A man connected to Ethan's past. And perhaps, just perhaps, the key to everything. The answers were getting closer. Closer than ever before. Yet with each discovery, the danger seemed to grow. And somewhere beyond Hart Manor, someone else was still searching. Someone who had already burned one source of evidence. Someone who might do far worse before this mystery finally ended. The photograph dominated everyone's attention. For nearly an hour, Sophia, Daniel, Olivia, and Ethan studied it from every possible angle. Richard Hart, Sarah Reed, and the unidentified man. The image had clearly been taken decades earlier. The lakeside cabin appeared in the background. The same cabin that now existed only as ashes and memories. The same cabin someone had desperately tried to erase. Daniel eventually placed the photograph down. We need to identify him. Nobody disagreed, because the unknown man represented the largest missing piece of the puzzle. Every mystery seemed connected to him, or at least connected through him. Sophia looked toward Ethan. Have you seen him before? Eve, you studied the image again. Longer this time, his expression shifted slightly. Recognition. Not certainty. Recognition. I think so. The answer immediately captured everyone's attention. What do you mean? Ethan rubbed his forehead. I don't know. Frustration crossed his face. The response clearly irritated him as much as everyone else. I feel like I've seen him. Where? Ethan shook his head. That's the problem. Memories hovered just beyond reach. Incomplete. Broken. The sensation seemed to bother him deeply. Daniel eventually gathered the documents. I'll keep digging. How long? The investigator offered a tired smile. As long as it takes. The answer wasn't reassuring. But it was honest. The following morning brought a welcome distraction. Or at least something that appeared to be a distraction. Sophia received a phone call from the community center. The same community center Ethan had helped repair weeks earlier. The director sounded embarrassed. And slightly desperate. One of their fundraising events had collapsed. Several volunteers had withdrawn unexpectedly. They needed help. Fast. Normally Sophia would have declined. Her life already contained enough complications. Yet something about the request appealed to her. Perhaps because it had nothing to do with journals. Nothing to do with cabins. Nothing to do with mysteries. She agreed. A few hours later she arrived at the center. Ethan volunteered immediately after hearing about it. The decision didn't surprise her. Very little about Ethan's kindness surprised her anymore. By mid-afternoon they were helping organize supplies inside a large recreation hall. The atmosphere felt refreshing, normal. For the first time in weeks, neither discussed Richard Hart, or Victor, or hidden secrets. They simply worked. And for several hours, it felt wonderful. Then Sophia heard a familiar voice. Hey! She turned. Noah stood nearby, the young boy from the roadside accident. He appeared healthier than before. Happier. More relaxed. The sight immediately made her smile. No. The boy grinned. Then his attention shifted, straight toward Ethan. The reaction proved immediate and genuine. Ethan. Before anyone could respond, Noah hurried across the room. The excitement in his face looked impossible to fake. Ethan smiled. A real smile. One Sophia hadn't seen in days. Good to see you. You too. For several minutes they talked. Simple conversation. Simple questions. Yet Sophia noticed something unusual. Noah trusted Ethan completely. Not gradually. Not cautiously. Completely. The connection felt deeper than a brief roadside encounter. At first she dismissed the observation. Children often formed attachments quickly. Then something happened. Something small. Something easy to miss. Noah pulled a worn chain from beneath his shirt. The object hanging from it immediately caught Ethan's attention. His entire expression changed. Sophia saw it happen. Shock. Confusion. Recognition. All within seconds. Ethan stared at the pendant. The world seemed to disappear around him. Noah noticed. What? Ethan pointed carefully. Where did you get that? The boy looked down. Oh. His fingers closed around the pendant. My grandma gave it to me. Sophia stepped closer. The object appeared ordinary at first glance. A small silver charm, old, worn, nothing remarkable. Yet Ethan looked as though he'd seen a ghost. When? Noah shrugged. Years ago. Ethan continued staring. The silence stretched. Then Sophia spoke. What is it? Ethan looked at her. For a moment he seemed unable to speak. Finally he whispered. It belonged to my mother. The room became silent. Absolutely silent. Noah blinked. What? Sophia felt her pulse accelerate. The pendant suddenly looked very different. Much more important. Noah appeared equally confused. My grandma gave it to me. Ethan crouched carefully. His voice remained calm, gentle. Did she tell you where she got it? The boy thought for a moment, then nodded. From a friend. Sophia exchanged a glance with Ethan. Both immediately understood the significance. A friend. Someone connected to Sarah Reed. Someone connected to the past. Someone connected to the mystery. The possibility seemed obvious, yet impossible. How could Noah be connected to any of this? The child was far too young, far too removed. And yet the evidence sat directly in front of them. The pendant existed. The connection existed. The question was why. Later that afternoon, Noah introduced them to his temporary guardian, an elderly woman named Helen. The conversation quickly became illuminating. Helen explained that Noah's grandmother had possessed the pendant for decades. Long before Noah was born. Long before anyone involved expected. The information only deepened the mystery. After the event ended, Sophia and Ethan drove home together. The pendant remained the only topic. It was definitely your mother's. Yes. The certainty in Ethan's voice left little room for doubt. How do you know? Ethan stared through the windshield. I gave it to her. Sophia froze. What? The answer surprised him as well, because the memory had surfaced unexpectedly, without warning, without effort. A genuine childhood memory. I was 10. His voice softened. My mother wore it every day. The statement felt significant, because it represented one of the clearest memories Ethan had shared. One of the few pieces of his childhood he seemed able to access easily. Sophia watched him carefully. Do you remember anything else? A long silence followed. Then Ethan nodded. Slowly, thoughtfully, maybe. The answer immediately captured her attention. For weeks Ethan's memories had appeared fragmented, uncertain. Yet now something had changed. The pendant had triggered something. A connection. A doorway. Perhaps even a breakthrough. That evening they returned to the study, the now familiar headquarters of their investigation. The photograph from the cabin sat on the desk. The journals remained nearby. The rescued documents remained organized in neat stacks. And now they had something new. The pendant. Or rather, photographs of the pendant. Daniel arrived shortly afterward. The investigator listened carefully as they explained everything. When they finished, he remained silent for several moments. Then he leaned back. This is important. Sophia nodded. Very. Daniel tapped the photograph. The mystery keeps expanding. That observation felt accurate, because every answer introduced another connection. Every clue revealed another layer. The pendant connected Noah to Sarah Reed. Sarah Reed connected to Richard Hart. Richard Hart connected to Ethan. And somewhere beyond all of that stood the unidentified man from the photograph. The missing piece. The unknown figure. The person who might explain everything. Hours later, after everyone else retired, Sophia remained alone in the study. Sleep felt impossible again. The mystery had reached a point where every discovery mattered. Every detail mattered. Even a pendant, especially a pendant. She opened one of Richard's journals, not expecting much, just hoping, searching, reading. Then she found another entry. Short, brief, yet instantly significant. The date matched the same period shown in the photograph. The same period connected to Sarah Reed. The same period connected to the unidentified man. Sophia's pulse quickened. The entry described a promise. A promise Richard had made. Not to Sarah. To someone else. The name appeared only once, yet it immediately captured her attention. Michael. Sophia sat upright. The unknown man finally had a name. Michael. No surname. No explanation. Just a name. Yet it felt enormous. Because for the first time, the unidentified figure from the photograph wasn't anonymous. He was real. He existed. And somehow Richard Hart had promised him something important. Very important. Outside, rain drifted softly across the windows of Hart Manor. Inside, the mystery continued unfolding. The photograph. The pendant. The journals. Michael. Every piece moved them closer. Closer to the truth. Closer to answers. Closer to a revelation that had been hidden for more than 20 years. And for the first time since the investigation began, Sophia sensed they were approaching the center of it all. The question was whether they would reach it before Victor, or before whoever had burned the cabin. Because the closer they came to the truth, the more dangerous the journey seemed to become. Sophia barely noticed the sunrise. She had spent most of the night reading and rereading the same journal entry. One name, one word. Michael. After months of uncertainty, the unidentified man from the photograph finally had an identity. Or at least part of one. Yet the discovery created more questions than answers. Who was Michael? Why had Richard Hart made him a promise? And why did that promise appear connected to Ethan? By 7 in the morning, the study looked like an investigation board. Photographs covered the desk. Documents formed organized stacks. Notes filled multiple legal pads. Sophia stared at the growing collection. Every clue pointed toward the same period. The same people. The same hidden event. Something significant had happened more than 20 years ago. Something powerful enough to shape multiple lives. A knock interrupted her thoughts. Daniel entered carrying a thick folder. His expression immediately caught her attention. He looked excited and worried. A dangerous combination. What happened? Daniel placed the folder on the desk. I found Michael. Sophia froze. For several seconds she simply stared. Then what? The investigator nodded. I found him. Her pulse accelerated. Who is he? Daniel opened the folder. Inside sat dozens of documents. Employment records. Property records. Medical reports. Photographs. Years of information. All connected to one man. Michael Carter. Sophia immediately recognized a face. The same man from the photograph. Older in some images. Younger in others. But unmistakably the same person. The unknown figure finally had a full name. Michael Carter. Daniel took a seat. His history is unusual. How unusual? The investigator exhaled. Very. Sophia sat across from him. Ready. Desperate. Daniel opened the first document. Michael Carter served in the military. Interesting. But not shocking. Daniel continued. He returned home after an injury. Sophia nodded. Still ordinary. Then Daniel turned another page. Several years later, he became close friends with Richard Hart. The room grew quieter. Sophia leaned forward. How close? Daniel handed over a photograph. The image showed Richard and Michael standing beside the lake. Laughing. Relaxed. Comfortable. Not business associates. Friends. Real friends. The distinction mattered. Because Richard Hart didn't have many friends. At least not close ones. Yet the photograph left little doubt. Daniel pointed toward another image. Sarah Reed appeared beside them. Younger. Smiling. Happy. The three seemed inseparable. A small group bound together by something significant. Something deeper than work. Sophia felt her pulse quicken. We're getting closer. Daniel nodded. Yes. Then his expression darkened. There's a problem. The statement immediately caught her attention. What problem? Daniel hesitated. Something about that hesitation worried her. Then he finally spoke. Michael Carter died. The room fell silent. Sophia stared. When? 20 years ago. The answer landed heavily. 20 years. Exactly the period everything seemed connected to. Exactly the period Richard's journals focused on. The timing couldn't be coincidence. Not anymore. How? Daniel remained silent for several moments, then slid a newspaper clipping across the desk. Sophia read the headline. Her stomach tightened. Lo kiel man kela hgicdnt. She read the article, then read it again. The details felt strangely incomplete, vague, almost rushed. Daniel noticed. You see it too? Sophia nodded slowly. The report looked wrong. Not obviously wrong. Subtly wrong. Important details seemed missing. Important questions remained unanswered. The article felt more like a conclusion than an investigation. Daniel folded his arms. I requested additional records. Sophia looked up. What did you find? The investigator's expression hardened. The original accident file disappeared. A chill moved through the room. What? Daniel nodded. Completely. The implications were terrifying. Someone had removed evidence. Years ago. Long before the cabin fire. Long before Sophia discovered the journals. The mystery suddenly felt larger. Older. More deliberate. Daniel continued. There was another thing. Sophia waited. Richard Hart began writing about promises immediately after Michael's death. The statement hit hard. Because it matched the journals perfectly. Promise after promise. Responsibility after responsibility. Protection. Regret. All of it started after Michael died. Not before. After. The realization felt significant. Very significant. As though everything originated from that single event. That single loss. Later that afternoon, Ethan joined them in the study. Daniel repeated the findings. Michael Carter. The friendship. The accident. The missing records. The promises. Throughout the entire explanation, Ethan remained unusually quiet. Sophia watched carefully. Something was happening. She could see it. Memories. Connections. Fragments. The information was triggering something. Finally, Daniel showed him the photograph. Ethan stared. Longer than before. Much longer. Then something remarkable happened. His eyes widened. Not dramatically. Just enough. Recognition. Real recognition. Sophia immediately leaned forward. What? Ethan continued staring. His breathing slowed. His expression changed. A distant look appeared. The look of someone revisiting a forgotten place. Or a forgotten life. I remember him. The words arrived quietly. Yet they felt explosive. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. Then Sophia finally whispered, You remember Michael? Ethan nodded. Slowly. Uncertainly. But genuinely. The room seemed to stop. For months Ethan's memories had remained fragmented. Broken. Incomplete. Now one piece had returned. One significant piece. What do you remember? A long silence followed. Ethan looked toward the photograph. Then toward the window. Then back again. I'm not sure. Frustration crossed his face. The memory remained incomplete. Yet something had definitely surfaced. Finally he spoke. He taught me how to fish. The statement surprised everyone, because it felt ordinary, human, real. Not dramatic, not mysterious. A childhood memory. Exactly the kind of thing hidden memories often carried. Ethan continued. We used to come to the lake. Sophia's pulse accelerated. The cabin. A slow nod. The answer felt enormous. Because it confirmed something important. Ethan hadn't merely known Richard. He had spent time at the cabin. As a child. With Michael. And Sarah. Years before any of this began. The mystery suddenly became deeply personal. No longer theoretical. No longer distant. These weren't names in a journal. These were people who shaped Ethan's childhood. People who mattered. People who disappeared. The realization changed everything. That evening, another unexpected visitor arrived. Victor, again. Sophia's patience immediately vanished. What do you want? Victor ignored the hostility. His expression looked unusually serious, which immediately concerned her. Without invitation, he entered the study. His gaze moved across the documents. The photographs. The investigation board. The evidence. For a moment something flickered across his face. Recognition. The reaction lasted less than a second. But Sophia noticed, and so did Daniel. Victor quickly recovered. Yet the damage was done. Because for the first time, Sophia became certain of something. Victor recognized Michael. The realization hit like a thunderbolt. You know him. The accusation escaped before she could stop it. Victor froze, only briefly, then smiled. A mistake. A very small mistake. But enough. Sophia stepped closer. You know who Michael Carter was. The room grew silent. Victor looked around, calculating, evaluating, choosing. Finally he sighed. And for the first time since the mystery began, Victor stopped pretending. Yes. The single word changed everything. Sophia felt her heart pounding. Daniel sat upright. Ethan became completely still. Victor looked toward the photograph. Then toward Ethan. His expression darkened. He should have stayed buried in the past. The statement echoed through the study. Nobody understood it completely. Not yet. But everyone recognized the danger in it. Because Victor wasn't talking about Michael. He was talking about the truth. And somehow, Michael Carter sat at the center of it all. The promises. The cabin. The journals. Sarah Reed. Ethan. Richard Hart. Every road led back to him. And now Victor had finally revealed something important. He knew more than he had ever admitted. Far more. The question was whether he would tell them, or whether they would have to drag the truth from him piece by piece. Either way, the mystery had entered its final stage. And for the first time, the answers felt close enough to touch. The study fell silent. No one moved. No one spoke. Victor's admission hung in the air like smoke. He knew Michael Carter. Not only knew him, recognized him immediately, which meant he had been hiding information, perhaps from the beginning. Sophia stared at her uncle, a man she had known her entire life, a man who had spent months pretending confusion, a man who now stood surrounded by evidence he could no longer ignore. You lied. Victor sighed. The accusation clearly didn't surprise him. Yes. The honesty stunned everyone, including Sophia, because Victor rarely admitted mistakes, rarely admitted anything. Yet tonight he looked tired, older, less composed, as though years of carefully maintained control were beginning to crack. Daniel stepped forward. How long have you known? Victor glanced toward the photograph. Since the day Michael died. The answer sent a chill through the room. 20 years. 20 years of silence. 20 years of secrets. 20 years of unanswered questions. Sophia folded her arms. Start talking. Victor looked at her. Then at Ethan. The silence stretched. Eventually he moved toward the fireplace. His expression seemed distant, almost haunted. For the first time, Sophia realized something unexpected. Victor wasn't angry. He wasn't calculating. He wasn't even defensive. He looked guilty. The realization unsettled her, because guilt didn't fit the version of Victor she had always known. Finally he spoke. Michael Carter saved my life. The statement landed like a hammer. Nobody reacted immediately, because nobody had expected it. Not even remotely. Victor continued staring into the fire. We served together. Sophia blinked. You were in the military. Victor nodded. Briefly, reluctantly. Another surprise. Another piece of history nobody discussed. Michael and I became friends. The word sounded strange coming from him. Friends. Sophia couldn't remember Victor ever describing anyone that way. Yet something in his voice made it believable. Painfully believable. He was a better man than I was. The admission shocked everyone, including Victor himself, apparently. The room remained silent, waiting, listening. Victor continued. We stayed close after returning home. His gaze shifted toward the photograph. The cabin belonged to Michael originally. Sophia froze. What? Victor nodded. Richard purchased it years later. The revelation changed everything. The cabin wasn't Richard's secret retreat. Not originally. It belonged to Michael. Another piece of the puzzle shifted into place. Victor took a long breath. Sarah worked for Richard. Everyone already knew that. Yet Victor's expression suggested something more. Something important. Then he finally said it. Sarah and Michael were engaged. The room became completely still. Sophia's pulse accelerated. Ethan stared. Daniel leaned forward. Olivia stopped taking notes. Because suddenly everything felt different. Michael, Sarah, engaged. A future together. A family. The implications arrived instantly. Victor looked toward Ethan. His expression softened unexpectedly. Almost sadly. They loved each other. The statement carried certainty. Not speculation. Not assumption. Certainty. For several moments nobody spoke. Then Sophia asked the obvious question. What happened? Victor closed his eyes. The answer seemed difficult. Painful. Long overdue. Michael died. The words felt heavier than before, because now they carried context. A life. A future. A family. Everything lost. Victor rubbed his forehead. He died 3 months before Ethan was born. The room seemed to shrink. Sophia stared. Ethan became motionless. The timing hit everyone simultaneously. Michael died. Sarah was pregnant. Ethan was born afterward. The connection became obvious and devastating. Victor continued. Michael never met his son. The words echoed through the study. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. Because at last, one of the largest mysteries had been solved. Michael Carter was Ethan's father. The realization settled heavily over everyone. Sophia looked toward Ethan. Shock filled his face. Not because he doubted it, because some part of him had already suspected. Some buried piece of memory. Some forgotten instinct. Something had always known. Victor sat down heavily. For the first time, he looked exhausted. Truly exhausted. Sarah struggled after Michael died. The guilt returned to his expression. Stronger now? More obvious. Richard helped her. Sophia frowned. That's it? Victor looked directly at her. No. The answer came quietly. Dangerously quietly. And suddenly everyone understood. There was more. Much more. Daniel folded his arms. What aren't you saying? Victor remained silent. The hesitation lasted several seconds. Then he stood, walked toward the window, and finally revealed the truth he'd been hiding. The accident wasn't an accident. The room exploded into silence. Absolute silence. Sophia felt her heart stop. What? Victor stared into the darkness outside. Michael didn't die accidentally. The words felt impossible. Daniel immediately moved forward. You know that for certain? Victor nodded. Slowly. Sadly. Yes. The confirmation sent a chill through everyone. 20 years. 20 years of believing a lie. 20 years of a false story. 20 years of buried truth. Sophia struggled to breathe. How? Victor closed his eyes. When it happened, I believed the official report. His voice sounded distant, like someone revisiting a nightmare. But later, he stopped. Then continued. I learned things. What things? Victor looked toward Ethan, and for the first time genuine regret appeared. Deep regret. The kind that accumulates over decades. The kind that never truly leaves. Michael discovered something. Nobody moved. Nobody blinked. The study itself seemed frozen. Victor continued. Something involving Hart Holdings. Sophia frowned. What? Victor laughed bitterly. I don't know. The answer surprised everyone. You don't know? No. His frustration appeared genuine. Richard never told me. Another silence followed. Victor shook his head. Whatever Michael found frightened Richard. The statement carried enormous weight. Because Richard Hart wasn't a man who frightened easily. Yet something had scared him. Something serious enough to alter multiple lives. Something serious enough to create decades of secrecy. Daniel leaned forward. Did Richard believe Michael was murdered? Victor hesitated, then nodded. Yes. The answer landed like a bomb. Murder. Not an accident. Murder. The word changed everything. The cabin, the journals, the promises, the hidden records, the missing accident files. Suddenly every piece fit. Sophia felt dizzy, not because the truth was unbelievable, because it explained too much. Richard spent decades protecting Sarah and Ethan. Richard created strange inheritance conditions. Richard preserved the cabin. Richard hid journals. Richard maintained secrets. Not because he was protecting a scandal, because he was protecting a family. A family connected to a dead friend, a friend he believed had been murdered. The realization felt overwhelming. Ethan sat quietly, almost too quietly. Sophia looked toward him. His expression appeared distant, lost. For the first time since she'd known him, he looked like a child learning something painful, something life-changing. Victor noticed too. His voice softened. I wanted to tell you. Everyone looked at him. Victor sighed. Many times. The statement surprised Sophia, because she believed him. Somehow she believed him. But Richard stopped me. The explanation fit perfectly. Richard had been controlling the flow of information. Richard had been protecting secrets. Richard had been waiting for something, or someone. Then another realization struck Sophia. The inheritance condition. The marriage. The impossible requirement. Her pulse quickened. She looked toward Victor. Then toward Ethan. Then back again. A horrifying possibility entered her mind. One so obvious she couldn't believe she'd missed it. What if my father knew? Everyone turned toward her. Sophia swallowed. What if he knew something was coming? The room remained silent. She continued. What if the marriage wasn't about inheritance? Nobody interrupted. Nobody argued. Because the possibility felt real. Terrifyingly real. What if it was about bringing us together before someone else found the truth? The study fell silent once more. And for the first time since the mystery began, nobody had an answer. Because the idea explained too much. Far too much. And somewhere inside Richard Hart's final journals, the truth about that decision might still be waiting. Waiting to reveal why a dying man had forced his daughter to marry a stranger. A stranger whose life had been connected to his own for more than 20 years. A stranger who was never a stranger at all. Nobody left the study that night. The revelations had become too significant. Too personal. Too dangerous. Michael Carter was Ethan's father. His death had likely not been an accident. Richard Hart had spent decades protecting Sarah and Ethan, and somehow the strange marriage condition appeared connected to all of it. The mystery no longer felt like a collection of clues. It felt like a single story. A story hidden for more than 20 years. A story Richard Hart had carried until his death. The question was simple. What had he been trying to tell them? Sophia sat behind her father's desk. The journals surrounded her. Victor remained near the fireplace. Daniel continued reviewing documents. Olivia organized notes. Ethan sat quietly near the window. The atmosphere felt heavy. Everyone understood they were approaching something important. Perhaps the most important discovery yet. Hours passed. Then Sophia remembered something. The final journal. The newest one. The journal she had barely examined because most of her attention focused on the older entries. Slowly she reached for it. The leather cover looked newer than the others. Less worn. Less used. A journal written near the end of Richard's life. Near the period when he created the inheritance condition. Near the period when he knew time was running out. Sophia opened it carefully. The first pages contained ordinary entries. Business concerns. Medical appointments. Estate planning. Nothing unusual. Then she reached a section marked by a folded ribbon. The sight immediately caught her attention. Richard rarely used markers. Almost never. The ribbon had been placed intentionally. Deliberately. As though he wanted someone to find a specific entry. Sophia's pulse quickened. She opened to the marked page, and immediately recognized the difference. This wasn't a normal journal entry. The handwriting looked more deliberate. More careful. Almost like a letter. The room grew silent as she began reading. My dear Sophia, if you are reading this, then I am gone. The words hit harder than expected. For a moment she couldn't continue. Grief returned unexpectedly. Fresh, painful, real. She swallowed hard and continued. I have spent many years carrying a promise I never expected to keep for so long. The room became still. Victor lowered his gaze. Ethan sat motionless. Sophia continued reading aloud. 20 years ago, my closest friend died. The official world called it an accident. I never believed them. Nobody interrupted. Nobody moved. The words flowed through the room. I was unable to save Michael Carter. That failure has haunted me every day since. Victor closed his eyes. The guilt on his face deepened. Sophia continued. Before his death, Michael asked one thing of me. If anything happened to him, I was to protect Sarah and their child. The room fell silent again. Ethan stared at the floor. His hands trembled slightly. The realization hit differently now. Not as a mystery, as a sacrifice. A promise, a friendship. Richard hadn't been protecting a secret. He had been honoring a dying man's final request. Sophia continued reading. I promised him. A simple sentence. Yet it carried decades of weight. I believed the promise would last a few years. Instead, it lasted a lifetime. Sophia felt tears forming, not because of the mystery, because she could hear her father's voice. She could almost imagine him sitting at the desk, writing these words, preparing for a future he would never see. The letter continued. I watched Ethan grow from a distance. Ethan looked up. The statement clearly affected him. Sophia kept reading. I wanted him to build his own life. I wanted him to succeed on his own terms. I never wanted him to feel indebted to me. The room remained silent. The explanation fit perfectly. Richard had helped, protected, guided, yet never claimed credit, never inserted himself, never demanded gratitude. The realization felt deeply consistent with the man Sophia knew. Then the letter changed. The tone shifted, became more urgent, more serious. Sophia's pulse accelerated. There is something else you must know. Everyone focused completely on the journal. Every eye, every thought, every breath. Richard continued. Michael discovered corruption inside Hart Holdings shortly before his death. Daniel sat upright. Victor's expression darkened. Sophia, read on, brought the information to me. The room felt smaller. The truth was finally emerging. Piece by piece, line by line. He believed powerful people were stealing from the company through a network of hidden accounts. Sophia frowned. The allegation sounded serious. Extremely serious. Yet not necessarily murderous. Richard seemed to anticipate that thought, because the next line changed everything. Michael believed the theft connected to organized criminal interests. Silence. Absolute silence. The words echoed through the study. Sophia felt a chill run through her. This wasn't ordinary corporate fraud. This wasn't accounting manipulation. This was something much darker. Much more dangerous. Richard's handwriting grew slightly uneven, as though the memory itself remained painful. 3 weeks later, Michael died. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. The implication hung in the air, unavoidable, terrifying. Sophia continued. I spent years trying to uncover the truth. Another surprise. Richard Hathard simply accepted what happened. He investigated. Secretly. Quietly. For years. The realization explained so much. The journals. The hidden compartment. The preserved documents. The cabin. Everything. Then came the most shocking sentence yet. The corruption did not end with Michael's death. The room froze. Daniel immediately leaned forward. What? Sophia stared at the page, then read the sentence again, slowly, carefully. It didn't change. The words remained exactly the same. The corruption continued. For 20 years. 20 years. Victor looked genuinely stunned. Even he hadn't known. Sophia continued reading. I came close to the truth several times. Another pause. Another chilling sentence. Each time, evidence disappeared. The cabin fire suddenly felt much more significant. Much more recent. The pattern had never ended. Someone was still protecting secrets. Someone was still destroying evidence. Someone was still active. Richard's letter continued. I no longer believe Michael was the only target. The statement sent another wave of unease through the room. What did that mean? How many people had been affected? How many lives had been shaped by this? Sophia turned the page. The next section appeared written much later. Different ink. Different date. Only months before Richard's death. Her pulse quickened. This was it. The inheritance period. The marriage condition period. The explanation they had been chasing. Sophia began reading. If events unfold as I fear, Ethan and Sophia will eventually find themselves searching for answers. Everyone became very still, because Richard was speaking directly to them. Across time, across death, across decades. The letter continued. I pray they search together. Sophia's breath caught. The words felt deliberate, painfully deliberate. Then came the answer. The answer that changed everything. I created the marriage condition because I needed them to trust each other before the truth emerged. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. The room itself seemed frozen. Sophia stared at the page, unable to process it, unable to breathe. The condition, the marriage, the impossible requirement. It had never been about inheritance, never about control, never about manipulation. It had been about trust. Richard continued. Separately, they would be vulnerable. Sophia swallowed hard. Together. He wanted them together, not romantically. Strategically, protectively, as allies, as partners. The realization felt overwhelming. The letter continued. I feared that once I was gone, old enemies would begin searching again. Daniel looked toward Victor. Victor looked away. Nobody liked that sentence. Nobody liked it at all. Then Sophia reached the final paragraph. The final words. The last message her father ever left. If you are reading this, then the danger I feared has returned. Silence. The sentence landed heavily, because it explained everything. The fire, the missing records, the investigations, the pressure, the secrets, everything. Richard knew it would happen. Years before it happened. The realization felt terrifying and impressive. At the very bottom of the page, one final note appeared. A location, an address, handwritten separately. Sophia stared. Daniel moved closer. Olivia stood. Even Ethan leaned forward. The address belonged to a bank. A private bank, one Richard Hart had never mentioned. Beneath the address sat 6 words. The final evidence is here. The room exploded into silence. Because suddenly the mystery wasn't over. Not even close. Richard had left one final trail. One final secret. One final piece of evidence. And somewhere inside a private bank vault waited the truth he had spent 20 years trying to protect. The question was whether they could reach it before someone else did. Because if Richard Hart was right, the people responsible for Michael Carter's death were still out there, still watching, still hiding. And now, after 20 years, they had finally begun moving again. Nobody slept. Richard Hart's letter had changed everything. The inheritance condition, the marriage, the promises, the investigation. For the first time since the mystery began, every piece fit together, or at least most of them. Yet one enormous question remained unanswered. What exactly had Michael discovered? The answer, according to Richard's final message, waited inside a private bank vault. And everyone understood the same thing. If the vault truly contained evidence capable of exposing a 20-year-old conspiracy, they weren't the only people interested in it. The danger Richard feared had already returned. The cabin fire proved that. The missing records proved that. The destroyed evidence proved that. Time was running out. By 6 o'clock the following morning, the group gathered in the study. Sophia, Ethan, Olivia, Daniel, even Victor. The situation had become larger than old grudges, larger than inheritance disputes, larger than family politics. The address sat written on a sheet of paper in the center of the desk. Daniel reviewed security information. The private bank occupied a historic building downtown. Exclusive, discreet, expensive, the kind of place wealthy families used to hide valuable assets or valuable secrets. Sophia looked around the room. Let's go. 2 hours later, they stood outside the bank. The building appeared unremarkable. Elegant, conservative, quiet. Exactly the kind of place designed to avoid attention. Inside, everything felt polished, controlled, professional. A senior manager greeted them personally after reviewing Richard Hart's documentation. The moment she saw the authorization letter, her expression changed. Recognition, respect, and perhaps concern. This way, please. Nobody spoke as they followed her deeper into the building. Past offices, past security checkpoints, past reinforced doors. Eventually, they reached the vault level. The manager stopped beside a secure room. This vault remained unopened for 22 years. The statement immediately captured everyone's attention. 22 years. Almost exactly the period since Michael's death. Sophia exchanged a glance with Ethan. Neither spoke. Neither needed to. The implication was obvious. Richard had hidden something immediately after losing his friend. The manager unlocked several security mechanisms, then stepped aside. The contents belonged to the Hart estate. With that, she left. The room became silent. The vault door stood open, waiting. Sophia's pulse accelerated. Slowly, she stepped forward. Inside sat a metal storage case. Nothing more. No stacks of gold. No fortune. No dramatic collection of secrets. Just a single case. Yet somehow it felt more important than anything she'd ever seen. Daniel carefully removed it. The group gathered around a nearby table. For several moments, nobody moved. Then Daniel opened the latches. The lid lifted, and everything changed. Inside sat dozens of files, photographs, accounting ledgers, recorded interviews, correspondence, evidence, years and years of evidence. The collection looked overwhelming, almost impossible. Richard hadn't been investigating casually. He had been building a case, a massive case. The realization stunned everyone. Daniel immediately began reviewing documents. His expression darkened almost instantly. What? The investigator didn't answer. Instead, he handed a file to Olivia. The attorney read several pages, then swore quietly. Sophia had never heard Olivia swear. That alone told her something was wrong. Very wrong. What is it? Olivia looked up. Shock filled her face. The money. What money? Olivia turned the file toward her. Sophia stared. At first, she didn't understand what she was seeing. Then the pattern emerged. Accounts. Transfers, shell companies. Hidden ownership structures. Millions of dollars moving through complicated networks. The amounts continued growing. Millions became tens of millions, then hundreds. The scale felt impossible. Richard's notes appeared throughout the files. Careful observations. Cross-references. Connections. Years of painstaking work. Daniel continued examining additional records. Then another discovery emerged. These companies still exist. The room became silent. Sophia stared. What? Daniel looked genuinely stunned. The network never disappeared. The statement landed heavily, because it meant the conspiracy hadn't ended. Not 20 years ago. Not 10 years ago. Not even recently. It was still active. Still functioning. Still hidden. Richard had been right. The corruption survived. The realization sent a chill through everyone. Hours passed as they reviewed evidence. Gradually, a horrifying picture emerged. Michael Carter discovered the scheme decades earlier. Richard continued investigating after Michael's death. Evidence repeatedly vanished. Witnesses changed stories. Records disappeared. Yet somehow Richard persisted. Year after year, piece after piece, until he finally assembled enough evidence to expose everything. Or almost enough. Near noon, Ethan found something. A sealed envelope, different from the others, older, more personal. His name appeared on the front. The sight immediately captured everyone's attention. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then Sophia nodded. Open it. Ethan's hands trembled slightly as he broke the seal. Inside sat a handwritten letter. Richard's handwriting. Another letter. This one addressed directly to Ethan. The room became completely silent. Ethan began reading. At first, his voice remained steady. Then it gradually weakened. Emotion crept into every word. My dear Ethan, if you are reading this, Then I have failed to tell you something important during my lifetime. The word struck immediately. Richard's voice seemed alive again. Present. Personal. The letter continued. I promised your father I would protect you. Ethan paused. His jaw tightened. Then he continued. I have never viewed that promise as a burden. It was an honor. Nobody moved. Nobody interrupted. The room belonged to Richard, to Michael, to Ethan. The letter continued. You grew into a better man than any of us deserved. Ethan looked away briefly, struggling, then resumed reading. I wanted to tell you the truth many times. Another pause. Another painful sentence. But I feared what would happen if the wrong people learned how much Michael discovered. The room felt smaller, heavier. The weight of 2 decades settled over everyone. Then came the most emotional section. Richard wrote about watching Ethan grow, school graduations, achievements, failures, victories, moments, years of moments. Richard had quietly followed Ethan's life from a distance, not as an obligation, as family. The realization brought tears to Ethan's eyes, and to Sophia's, because suddenly everything made sense. The support, the protection, the concern. Richard hadn't simply kept a promise. He had loved the child his friend never got to raise. Then Ethan reached the final page, and stopped. Completely stopped, his face drained of color. Sophia immediately noticed. What? Ethan stared at the paper, unable to speak. What is it? Finally, he handed over the letter. Sophia read the final paragraph, and felt the world shift beneath her feet. The message was short, only 3 sentences. Yet it changed everything. There is one final truth I never uncovered. I believe the person responsible for Michael's death remained close to us all these years. Trust nobody until the evidence is complete. Silence. Absolute silence. The words echoed through the vault room. Because suddenly the danger became immediate. Personal. Terrifying. The killer, or someone connected to the killer, might not be a distant enemy. Might not be an anonymous criminal. Might not be a forgotten figure from the past. They might be someone Richard knew. Someone they knew. Someone who had remained nearby for decades. Sophia slowly looked around the room. At Daniel. At Olivia. At Victor. At Ethan. At the evidence scattered across the table. The mystery had changed again. Not because they were further from the truth. Because they were closer. Closer than ever. And somewhere within the mountain of documents surrounding them waited a name. One name. The name Richard Hart spent 20 years trying to uncover. The name Michael Carter died protecting. The name someone burned a cabin to hide. And the closer they came to finding it, the more dangerous every answer became. The atmosphere inside the vault changed instantly. Richard's warning lingered over everything. Trust nobody until the evidence is complete. The sentence repeated in Sophia's mind again and again. Because Richard wasn't a paranoid man. He was careful. Methodical, practical. If he left a warning like that, he had a reason. A serious reason. The group returned to Hart Manor shortly before sunset. The vault's contents filled several secure boxes. Every document. Every ledger. Every photograph. Every piece of evidence. All of it now occupied Richard's study. The room had transformed completely. It no longer resembled a family office. It looked like the headquarters of a major investigation. Daniel worked continuously. Olivia reviewed financial records. Victor remained unusually quiet. Ethan focused on Richard's notes. Sophia moved between them, searching, connecting, thinking. Hours passed. Then midnight arrived, and with it came a breakthrough. Daniel found it first. A notation buried inside one of Richard's accounting files. The reference appeared insignificant. Just a pair of initials. RC, nothing more. Yet Richard had circled them repeatedly, highlighted them, cross-referenced them. The initials appeared everywhere. Transfer records, company memos, financial summaries. The deeper Daniel looked, the more often they appeared. What does RC stand for? Nobody knew. At least not initially. The search continued. Another hour passed, then another. Eventually Olivia uncovered something. An old executive roster, one dating back more than 20 years. The list contained dozens of names, managers, directors, consultants, nothing remarkable. Until she reached one entry, Ronan Chase. The room grew silent. Sophia looked up immediately. Who? Olivia handed over the document. Ronan Chase, Senior Financial Controller. The initials matched perfectly. R.C. Daniel immediately began searching through the other files. The name appeared repeatedly. Again, and again, and again. Every major transaction linked to the corruption network eventually touched Ronan Chase. The realization sent a chill through everyone. Because for the first time, they had something resembling a suspect. A real person. A real name. A real connection. Victor stared at the file. His expression had become increasingly troubled. Sophia noticed. What? Victor didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stared at the photograph, at the name, at the evidence. Then he whispered, I remember him. The room froze. Daniel looked up. How well? Victor swallowed. The answer seemed difficult, painful, too well. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. Victor looked older than ever. The confident businessman had vanished. The calculating rival had vanished. Only a tired man remained. A man confronting old mistakes. Ronan worked closely with Michael. The statement landed heavily. Sophia's pulse accelerated. Victor continued. They argued constantly during the final months. Another silence. Another piece of the puzzle. The picture was becoming clearer and far more dangerous. What about? Victor closed his eyes briefly. Financial records. Daniel immediately sat upright. Of course. Michael discovered something. Ronan controlled finances. The connection practically screamed from the evidence. Yet nobody wanted to jump to conclusions. Not yet. Not without proof. Richard's warning remained fresh. Trust nobody until the evidence is complete. The next morning brought another discovery. A major one. Daniel arrived carrying additional records retrieved from archived court filings. The investigator looked exhausted, but satisfied, which usually meant progress. What happened? Daniel placed a folder on the desk. I found Ronan's estate records. Sophia frowned. Estate records. Daniel nodded. He's dead. The room became silent. Dead. The revelation felt unexpected and deeply frustrating. When Daniel opened the file. 8 years ago. Another complication. Another dead end. Or so it seemed. Then Daniel smiled slightly. Fortunately, dead people leave records. The statement immediately captured everyone's attention. Sophia leaned forward. What kind of records? The investigator turned several pages. Then stopped. His expression darkened. Family records. The room grew quiet, because everyone sensed something important coming. Daniel looked toward Sophia, then toward Ethan, then finally spoke. Ronan Chase had a son. Nobody reeked it immediately. The information didn't seem significant. Not yet. Then Daniel continued. The son inherited everything. Sophia nodded, still waiting. Daniel placed a photograph on the table, and suddenly nobody breathed. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke, because they all recognized the face, immediately. Instantly, without question. The photograph showed a younger man, well-dressed, confident, successful. A man everyone in the room knew. A man connected to Hart Holdings. A man who appeared regularly at company functions. A man who had spent months pretending concern about Sophia's inheritance. Victor sat down heavily. The color vanished from his face. Sophia stared, unable to process what she was seeing, because the photograph belonged to someone impossibly familiar. Someone who should not have been connected to any of this. Someone who had remained close to the investigation from the beginning. Someone who always seemed to appear at exactly the right moment. The name beneath the photograph made Sophia's blood run cold. Christopher Chase. Victor's executive assistant. The room exploded into silence. Absolute silence. Christopher. The quiet professional who handled schedules, meetings, records, company communications. A man with access to everything. A man positioned perfectly to hide information. Perfectly positioned to destroy information. Perfectly positioned to monitor investigations. The implications arrived simultaneously. The cabin. The missing files. The financial records. The destroyed evidence. Christopher could have known about all of it. Daniel broke the silence. He currently oversees internal records management. Sophia closed her eyes. Of course he did. The realization felt sickening, because it explained too much. Far too much. Victor looked genuinely horrified. Not guilty. Horrified, which mattered. A lot. Because for the first time, Sophia truly believed Victor hadn't known. Not recently. Not completely. Christopher had been operating independently, using access, using trust, using position, and everyone had overlooked him. Then Ethan spoke, only 4 words. Yet they changed everything. He's watching us. The room became still again. Because he was right. Christopher sat close to the center of everything, close enough to monitor developments, close enough to react, close enough to strike. The cabin fire suddenly made perfect sense. Someone learned about the trip. Someone acted quickly. Someone destroyed evidence. Christopher possessed the means, the opportunity, and perhaps the motive. Daniel immediately stood. We need to move. Sophia looked up. What? If Christopher realizes we're onto him, he'll run. The statement hit hard, because it was true. Every second mattered now. Every delay increased the risk. The mystery that began with an inheritance condition had become something else entirely. A decades-old conspiracy. A possible murder. A cover-up spanning 20 years. And for the first time, they finally had a living suspect. Not a dead man. Not a forgotten figure. A living suspect. One still walking free. One still connected to Hart Holdings. One who might already know the walls were closing in. As storm clouds gathered outside Hart Manor once again, Sophia looked toward the evidence spread across the study. They were closer than ever. Closer than Richard Hart had ever come. Closer than Michael Carter had ever come. Closer than anyone had come in 20 years. And that made them more dangerous than ever before. Because now, for the first time, they weren't searching for a mystery. They were hunting a man. And somewhere in the city, Christopher Chase might already be preparing his next move. The moment Christopher Chase's name entered the investigation, everything accelerated. The mystery that had unfolded slowly for months suddenly became urgent. Dangerously urgent. For the first time, they had a living suspect. A man connected to the financial corruption. A man connected to the destroyed records. A man with access to Hart Holdings. A man positioned close enough to monitor nearly every development. And if Daniel was right, Christopher would not wait patiently while evidence gathered against him. He would act. The question was how. Daniel left Hart Manor immediately. Olivia began preparing emergency legal filings. Victor contacted several trusted executives. Sophia remained in the study reviewing documents. The atmosphere felt tense. Focused. Electric. Everyone understood the stakes. 20 years of secrets rested on what happened next. Around noon, Daniel called. His voice sounded urgent. We have a problem. Sophia immediately sat upright. What happened? Christopher isn't at work. A chill moved through her. What? Daniel continued. He missed multiple meetings. Sophia's pulse accelerated. Has anyone spoken to him? Knew. The answer told her everything. Christopher knew, or at least suspected. The timing was too perfect. Too convenient. Sophia stood immediately. Where are you? Outside his apartment. What did you find? Silence. Then, it's empty. The words landed heavily, because they confirmed everyone's fears. Christopher wasn't waiting. He was moving. Fast. The next several hours became a blur. Investigators. Financial records. Property searches. Everyone worked simultaneously. The pressure continued building. Then another discovery emerged. Christopher had recently liquidated several accounts. Large accounts. Millions of dollars. The transfers occurred over the previous 2 weeks. Not months, weeks. The realization stunned everyone, because it suggested preparation. Not panic, preparation. As though Christopher anticipated something. As though he expected events to unfold exactly this way. Sophia sat beside Ethan in the study. Both stared at the growing collection of evidence. Neither spoke for several moments. Then Ethan finally broke the silence. He knew. Sophia looked up. What? The cabin. The possibility hit immediately. Christopher knew they were getting close. Knew they were investigating. Knew the cabin contained evidence. The fire suddenly seemed even less random, even more deliberate. Daniel arrived shortly afterward. His expression looked grim. There's more. Sophia wasn't sure she wanted more, yet she nodded. Daniel placed several photographs on the desk. Security footage, bank footage, traffic cameras, a timeline. Christopher appeared repeatedly. Different locations, different dates, different activities. One image immediately captured everyone's attention. The cabin. The photograph showed Christopher's vehicle near the property. 2 days before the fire. The room became completely silent. Proof, actual proof. For the first time, they possessed direct evidence connecting Christopher to the destruction. Sophia stared at the image. The mystery was becoming real. Painfully real. Daniel continued. He didn't just burn evidence. The statement immediately captured everyone's attention. What do you mean? The investigator handed over another report. Sophia reviewed it, then read it again. The implications felt enormous. Christopher had been accessing restricted company archives, repeatedly, over several years, destroying records, altering records, removing records. The pattern stretched back much further than anyone expected, long before Richard died, long before the inheritance, long before Sophia became involved. The realization sent a chill through everyone. Christopher wasn't reacting to the investigation. He had been managing the cover-up for years. Maybe longer. Then Victor spoke, quietly, almost to himself. He learned from his father. The room grew silent, because everyone understood. Ronan Chase built the system. Christopher inherited it. Inherited the money. Inherited the secrets. Inherited the danger. The conspiracy wasn't simply surviving. It had become generational. The realization felt deeply disturbing. Late that evening, another breakthrough arrived. A major one. Daniel burst into the study carrying fresh documents. For the first time in days, excitement appeared on his face. Real excitement. What happened? Daniel smiled grimly. I found Michael's original files. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. Because Michael's original files were supposed to be gone. Destroyed. Erased. Lost forever. Sophia stood. How? Daniel placed a small storage box on the desk. Richard copied everything. The room erupted into motion. Documents emerged rapidly. Financial reports, handwritten notes, witness statements, photographs, and one particular folder, a folder marked with Michael Carter's handwriting. Sophia felt her pulse racing. This was it. The beginning. The source. The original discovery. Daniel carefully opened the folder. Inside sat dozens of pages, most focused on financial corruption. Hidden accounts, illegal transfers, fraud. Exactly as expected. Then Michael's notes shifted direction, toward names, specific people. The room became completely silent, because one name appeared repeatedly, Ronan Chase. Again and again. Page after page. Evidence after evidence. Michael had identified him, proven his involvement, documented everything. The proof felt overwhelming. Daniel continued reading, then suddenly stopped. His expression changed. What? The investigator looked up slowly, as though struggling to believe what he had found. Then he handed the page to Sophia. She read it. Once, twice, 3 times. The words never changed. Michael's final note, written shortly before his death. A warning. A prediction. A fear. The note read, if anything happens to me, Ronan won't act alone. The room felt smaller, colder, more dangerous. Because suddenly another possibility emerged, one nobody wanted to consider. What if Christopher wasn't the mastermind? What if he wasn't even acting independently? What if someone else remained involved? Someone older, someone more powerful, someone who survived every investigation, every scandal, every generation. The thought settled heavily over the room. Sophia looked around. At Victor, at Daniel, at Olivia, at Ethan. Everyone seemed to be thinking the same thing, the same terrifying possibility. Then Ethan spoke. Only one sentence. Yet it changed everything. We still don't know who Michael was protecting. Silence followed, because he was right. Everyone focused on corruption, money, fraud, cover-ups. Yet Michael had died trying to protect something, or someone. Richard's journals made that clear. The question remained unanswered, and perhaps that answer mattered more than all the financial evidence combined. As midnight approached, another phone call arrived. Daniel answered, listened, then slowly lowered the phone. His expression revealed everything. Something had happened, something significant. Sophia immediately stood. What is it? Daniel looked toward her, then toward Ethan, then finally spoke. We found Christopher. Relief flooded the room. Briefly, very briefly. Then Daniel continued. He's dead. Then the words hit like a physical blow. Nobody spoke. Nobody moved. Christopher Chase. The man they had spent months unknowingly chasing. The man connected to the cabin fire. The man connected to the cover-up. The man connected to the corruption. Dead. Just like Michael. Just like that. The silence stretched endlessly. Because everyone understood the implication immediately. Christopher couldn't talk, couldn't testify, couldn't explain, couldn't reveal who else might be involved. And if Christopher had been murdered, then the conspiracy wasn't ending. It was protecting itself, even now. 20 years later, as thunder rolled across the night sky beyond Hart Manor, Sophia felt a terrible realization settling into place. They were closer to the truth than anyone had ever been. Closer than Michael. Closer than Richard. Closer than Christopher. And every person who got close seemed to end up dead. Which meant one thing. The final battle was still ahead of them. And whoever stood behind all of this had just made their move. Christopher Chase was dead. The news echoed through Hart Manor like a gunshot. For several minutes nobody moved. Nobody spoke. The study remained completely silent. Because everyone understood what Christopher's death meant. The conspiracy was alive, active, dangerous, and willing to eliminate its own people. Exactly as it had 20 years earlier. Exactly as Richard Hart had feared. Sophia stared at the documents spread across the desk. The evidence felt different now. Heavier. More urgent. Michael Carter had died. Christopher Chase had died. And somewhere between those two deaths lay the truth. The final truth. The one Richard spent 2 decades chasing. Daniel finally broke the silence. Where was he found? The investigator on the phone answered. Daniel listened. His expression darkened. Then he ended the call. His car. Sophia frowned. What happened? Single vehicle accident. The room immediately grew cold. Because everyone recognized the irony. Too familiar. Too convenient. Too similar. Victor closed his eyes. Just like Michael. Nobody disagreed. The pattern felt impossible to ignore. Christopher had become a liability. Then suddenly he was dead. Exactly as Michael became a liability. Then suddenly he was dead. The realization sent a chill through everyone. This wasn't coincidence. This wasn't bad luck. This was a system. A pattern. A method. The question was who remained behind it. Hours later, after multiple calls with investigators and attorneys, Daniel returned with another update. The official authorities already considered Christopher's death accidental. Again, just like Michael. The similarity felt almost insulting. Sophia sat heavily in her chair. 20 years. 20 years and nothing had changed. People still died. Evidence still vanished. Truth still disappeared. Then, Ethan spoke. Quietly. Thoughtfully. We're looking at the wrong thing, Everyone turned toward him. What? Ethan stared at Richard's journals, at the photographs, at the evidence, at the memories. The money isn't the center. The statement immediately captured Sophia's attention, because something about it felt right, very right. Ethan continued. Michael risked his life for something. Nobody interrupted. He wasn't protecting money. Another pause. He was protecting someone. The room fell silent, because Richard had suggested the same thing, again and again. Protection, promises, responsibility. The language remained consistent. The realization suddenly felt important, very important. Sophia stood, then walked toward the investigation board. Photographs covered nearly every surface. Michael, Sarah, Richard, Ethan, the cabin, the corruption network, years of evidence, years of history. And suddenly she noticed something. Something she should have seen earlier, the dates. Her pulse quickened. Daniel. The investigator looked up. Look at this. Everyone gathered around. Sophia pointed toward the timeline. Michael discovered the corruption. Michael died. Sarah gave birth. Richard began protecting Ethan. Everything fit, except one detail. One critical detail. What happened? Sophia looked at Daniel. When exactly did Michael make Richard promise to protect them? Daniel reviewed several notes, then found the answer. 3 weeks before he died. Sophia nodded slowly. Exactly. The room remained silent. Nobody understood. Yet, Sophia continued. Why then? Still silence. She pointed toward the evidence. Michael had already discovered the corruption. The realization began spreading. Slowly. Gradually. Michael wasn't reacting to the corruption. Not entirely. He was reacting to something else. Something specific. Something immediate. Something serious enough to make him fear for Sarah and Ethan. The room became very quiet. Then Victor suddenly stood. The movement startled everyone. His face had turned pale, almost white. Sophia immediately noticed. What? Victor didn't answer. Instead, he stared at a photograph. The photograph showing Richard, Sarah, and Michael. Then something remarkable happened. A memory surfaced. Visible, painful, unavoidable. Victor whispered, "Oh my God?" Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. Because they knew. Victor had remembered something. Something important. Something enormous. Sophia stepped forward. What? Victor looked at her, then at Ethan, then finally spoke. Michael wasn't protecting Sarah. The statement stunned everyone. What? Victor swallowed hard. His voice trembled. For the first time since she'd known him, Sophia saw genuine fear. Sarah was protecting Michael. The room exploded into silence. Absolute silence. Because nothing about that statement made sense. Not immediately. Then Victor continued, and everything changed. Sarah worked in accounting. Daniel froze. Olivia froze. Sophia froze. Because suddenly the answer became obvious. Painfully obvious. Sarah wasn't simply an employee. She was part of the investigation. She helped Michael uncover the corruption. The realization hit everyone simultaneously. Michael wasn't working alone. Sarah was helping him. The entire time. Victor continued. The files. He pointed toward the evidence. The records. Another pause. The witness statements. Then he closed his eyes. Most of them came from Sarah. The room felt smaller. The truth had been sitting there the entire time, hidden in plain sight. Sarah Reed, not a victim, not a bystander, a whistleblower, a witness, a threat. The implications were enormous. Sophia felt her heart pounding, because suddenly everything fit. The promises, the protection, the secrecy. Richard wasn't protecting Ethan because of Michael alone. He was protecting him because both of Ethan's parents became targets. The realization felt devastating, and beautiful, and tragic, all at once. Then Daniel noticed something, a detail buried inside Michael's original files. 1 page, 1 line, 1 sentence. The investigator stared, then slowly looked up. His expression revealed everything. What? Daniel handed the document to Sophia. She read it, then felt tears forming. Not from fear, not from shock, from understanding. The sentence was written by Michael himself, only days before his death. If anything happens to us, Richard knows where the master ledger is hidden. Silence. The room became still, because after 20 years, after deaths, after lies, after fires, after secrets, the answer finally arrived. The master ledger, the original evidence, the complete evidence, not fragments, not copies, the original proof. The proof Michael died protecting. The proof Richard spent 20 years hiding. The proof Christopher died trying to prevent from surfacing. Sophia looked around the room. Everyone understood. The mystery was finally ending. The corruption, the murders, the cover-up, everything. The final evidence existed, somewhere, and Richard knew where it was, or had known. Then Ethan stood, slowly, thoughtfully. His eyes moved toward the photograph on the wall, the one Sophia had placed there weeks earlier. A photograph of Richard beside the lake, near the cabin, holding a fishing rod, smiling. A simple photograph, an ordinary photograph. Then Ethan whispered something. A memory, a forgotten memory, one finally returning. The boat. The room became silent. Sophia looked at him. What? Ethan stared at the photograph, then smiled sadly. The boathouse. The memory grew stronger. Visible. Real. I remember now. His voice shook slightly. Michael showed it to me. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. Because they all knew. The answer, the final answer, had been waiting all along. Not in the cabin. Not in the vault. Not in the journals. In the one place nobody thought to search. The old boathouse beside the lake. The place hidden in the background of Richard's favorite photograph. The place Michael trusted. The place Richard protected. The place where 20 years of truth might still be waiting. And as the realization settled across the room, Sophia understood something else. The mystery that began with an inheritance condition was about to end. But the fight for justice was only beginning, because somewhere inside that forgotten boathouse waited evidence powerful enough to expose a conspiracy that had survived for 2 decades. And this time, they intended to finish what Michael Carter started. The drive to the lake began before sunrise. Nobody wanted to wait. Not after everything they had discovered. Not after 20 years of lies. Not after Richard's final message. The roads were empty. The sky remained dark. A pale gray mist rolled across the countryside as Sophia drove toward the property she had come to know far too well. Beside her sat Ethan. Neither spoke much. There was nothing left to speculate about. No theories. No assumptions. Only answers. Hopefully. Behind them, Daniel and Olivia followed in a separate vehicle. Victor insisted on coming as well. No one objected. For the first time since the investigation began, everyone stood on the same side. The lake appeared shortly after dawn. Still. Silent. Unchanged. The burned remains of the cabin sat exactly where they had left them. Blackened timber. Collapsed walls. Ashes. A monument to someone else's desperation. Someone had wanted the truth erased. Instead, they had only revealed how important it was. The group parked near the shoreline. Cold air drifted across the water. The old boathouse stood several hundred feet away, partially hidden among trees. Weathered by decades of storms. Forgotten by almost everyone. Almost. Ethan stared at it for a long moment. The memory felt stronger now. Clearer. I've been inside. Sophia looked at him. You remember. A slow nod. Michael used to bring me here. The words settled over the group. Every recovered memory felt like another piece of Michael returning. Another piece of a life stolen too soon. They approached cautiously. The structure looked ancient. Wooden planks creaked beneath their feet. The paint had long since faded. Several windows were broken. Yet the building remained standing. Daniel examined the door, locked, old, rust-covered, but intact. A few moments later the lock gave way. The door slowly opened. Dust drifted through the morning light. The smell of old wood filled the air. Inside sat a small fishing boat. Tools, shelves, boxes, nothing unusual. At least not initially. Sophia felt disappointment creeping in. Could they really have come this far only to find nothing? Then Ethan walked directly toward the rear wall. As though guided by instinct, or memory, he stopped beside a wooden workbench. His eyes narrowed. I know this. Daniel stepped closer. What? Ethan ran his hand across the surface. Several seconds passed. Then he pushed against the wall. Nothing happened. He tried again. Still nothing. Then his gaze shifted downward. To the floor, to a small iron ring partially hidden beneath decades of dust. Everyone froze. Slowly, Ethan knelt, wrapped his fingers around the ring, and pulled. A section of floor lifted upward, revealing darkness beneath. Nobody spoke. Nobody breathed. A hidden compartment, exactly where Michael had hidden it. Daniel switched on a flashlight. The beam disappeared into a narrow underground space. A ladder descended several feet below the boathouse. The group exchanged glances. Then Daniel went first. The underground room wasn't large, perhaps 15 feet wide, 20 feet long. Dry, secure, hidden, built specifically to remain undiscovered. Shelving lined the walls. Metal storage containers sat neatly arranged. Waterproof document cases occupied several tables. The room looked untouched for decades. Sophia's heart pounded. This was it. The final secret. The place Richard had protected. The place Michael trusted. The place that survived because nobody knew it existed. Daniel opened the first storage container. His expression immediately changed. Then the second. Then the third. The evidence was overwhelming. Original financial ledgers. Bank records. Signed statements. Audio recordings. Photographs. Everything Michael had gathered. Everything Richard had preserved. Everything the conspiracy spent 20 years trying to destroy. The complete case sat before them. Daniel stared in disbelief. This is enough. Sophia looked up. What? The investigator's voice carried absolute certainty. This is enough to convict everyone involved. Relief swept through the room. Powerful. Overwhelming. After months of searching. After years of secrets. After decades of silence. The truth had survived. Then Olivia opened another container. Inside sat several videotapes. And a sealed envelope. One marked in Richard Hart's handwriting. For Sophia and Ethan. Together. Sophia carefully opened it. A handwritten note waited inside. The final note Richard had ever hidden. The final message he had ever prepared. With trembling hands, she began to read. My dear Sophia and Ethan, if you have found this room, then you have succeeded where Michael and I could not. You found the truth. But before you leave, there is something else you deserve to know. The room became silent. Even the lake outside seemed to stop moving. Sophia continued reading. Michael never feared for himself. He feared for his family. Sarah feared for Ethan. I feared for all of you. But what frightened me most was the possibility that you would spend your lives carrying the same burdens we carried. Sophia swallowed hard. The handwriting became slightly shakier. A man writing near the end of his life. A father leaving final instructions. You owe the past your understanding. You do not owe it your future. Tears filled Sophia's eyes. Richard continued. If justice is finally achieved, let this be the end of the story. Not the beginning of another one. Silence followed. Then one final paragraph. One final revelation. One final gift. The inheritance condition was never intended to force a marriage. It was intended to create a partnership. If you discovered happiness together, then I consider that a blessing. If not, I ask only that you remain family. Sophia's voice faltered. She lowered the letter. Across the room, Ethan stared silently at the floor. For the first time since she met him, he looked completely at peace. Not because the mystery was solved, because he finally understood. Michael, Sarah, Richard. The promises, the protection, the years of secrecy, all of it, every sacrifice, every choice, every burden. The truth had finally come home. Then Daniel's phone rang. The sound shattered the silence. He answered, listened, and slowly smiled. A real smile. The first one anyone had seen in days. "What is it?" Sophia asked. Daniel lowered the phone. "The Financial Crimes Unit just confirmed something." Everyone looked at him. "The names in these ledgers match active investigations." Sophia felt her pulse quicken. Daniel continued. "The arrests start today." Outside, sunlight finally broke through the clouds. For the first time in more than 20 years, the truth was no longer hidden. And somewhere beyond the lake, people who believed themselves untouchable were about to learn that Richard Hart's promise had finally been fulfilled. For the first time since Richard Hart's death, Sophia felt hope. Real hope. Not the fragile hope that accompanies theories. Not the cautious hope that accompanies clues. This was certainty. The evidence existed. The truth survived. And justice was finally moving. Yet as the group prepared to leave the boathouse, Daniel's phone rang again. The smile disappeared from his face almost immediately. Sophia noticed. What happened? Daniel listened quietly for several moments. Then ended the call. The silence that followed felt wrong. Dangerous. "What is it?" Olivia asked. Daniel looked toward the evidence. Then toward the lake. Then back again. "The arrests haven't happened." The room immediately tensed. "What?" Daniel's expression darkened. Someone warned them. A chill swept through everyone. Sophia stared. "How?" The investigator shook his head. "We don't know." The answer wasn't good enough. Not anymore. Not after everything. Not after 20 years. Victor swore quietly. The sound surprised everyone. Daniel continued. 3 suspects disappeared within the last hour. The implication was obvious. Someone inside the system still existed. Someone with influence. Someone with access. Someone capable of warning people before authorities moved. The conspiracy wasn't dead. Not yet. Sophia felt frustration rising. "Then we move faster." Daniel nodded. "We do." The next several hours passed in a blur. The boathouse evidence was photographed, cataloged, secured. Multiple copies were created immediately. No one intended to lose evidence twice. By afternoon, the documents had been transferred to federal investigators. Independent investigators. People outside local influence. People difficult to manipulate. Still, nobody relaxed. Not yet. Because one question remained unanswered. Who ordered Michael Carter's death? The ledgers explained the corruption. The money. The fraud, the shell companies. But they didn't identify the person who made the final decision. The person behind the murders. The person behind Christopher's death. The person Richard never managed to expose. That answer remained hidden. Until Olivia found it. The discovery happened inside one of the videotape archives recovered from the boathouse. Several tapes contained interviews Michael had conducted during his investigation. Most focused on financial crimes. Witness statements. Accounting irregularities. Nothing directly connected to the murders. Then one tape changed everything. The recording quality was poor, the footage old, but the voice remained clear. A former executive. Long deceased. A man speaking privately with Michael. Daniel watched the recording 3 times before anyone spoke. Then he paused the screen. The room became silent. Because one sentence stood out above everything else. If Ronan was afraid of anyone, it was him. Sophia immediately leaned forward. Him who? The video continued. The former executive named a person. A single person. The room froze. Because everyone recognized the name instantly. Not an accountant. Not a criminal. Not a hidden figure. A board member. A powerful board member. Someone who remained influential for decades. Someone who benefited from every delay. Every cover-up. Every missing file. Every destroyed record. Sophia felt sick. Because suddenly everything made sense. The inheritance challenges. The pressure. The board meetings. The constant attempts to destabilize her position. The person wasn't protecting the company. He was protecting himself. Victor looked horrified. Genuinely horrified. No. The word escaped before he could stop it. Sophia slowly turned toward him, because there was only one person left who fit the evidence. Only one. Only one man who had remained close enough, powerful enough, protected enough. The realization landed like a hammer. Victor Callahan. The room fell completely silent. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. Victor looked from face to face. The horror in his expression seemed genuine. Then he realized what everyone was thinking. His face went pale. Numb. Again. Stronger this time. Daniel remained calm. Then explain. Victor stared at the paused screen. At the evidence. At the accusations hanging in the air. For several seconds nobody spoke. Then Victor did something unexpected. He laughed. Not because it was funny. Because he finally understood. The sound carried years of frustration. Years of guilt. Years of mistakes. And one final realization. You've been looking at the wrong Victor. Nobody understood. At least not immediately. Then Victor pointed toward one of the personnel files. A file nobody had paid much attention to. Because it seemed irrelevant. Because it seemed ordinary. Because it contained a name nobody connected to anything important. Until now. Victor's finger stopped beside a photograph. The photograph showed an older man. A man with silver hair. A man carrying the same surname. The room became silent. Because, suddenly the truth emerged. Not Victor Callahan. Victor's father. Vincent Callahan. Former chairman of Hart Holdings. Dead for 15 years. The true architect. The true mastermind. The man who built the corruption network. The man Ronan Chase feared. The man Michael Carter threatened. The man Richard Hart spent decades chasing. Sophia felt her pulse racing. The pieces clicked into place. Every piece. Vincent created the system. Ronan managed it. Christopher inherited it. Michael discovered it. Richard investigated it. And now, 20 years later, the entire structure was collapsing. Victor sat heavily in a chair. His eyes looked distant. Haunted. I found out years ago. The admission stunned everyone. Sophia stared. What? Victor nodded slowly. I found evidence. The room remained silent. Victor continued. But not enough. His voice carried genuine regret. I spent years trying to confirm it. The confession changed everything. Because suddenly Victor's behavior made sense. The inheritance disputes. The investigations. The constant pressure. Not because he wanted control. Because he wanted access. Access to the company. Access to records. Access to answers. The realization struck Sophia hard. She had spent years viewing him as an enemy. When in reality he had been chasing the same ghost. The same truth. Just from a different direction. Daniel folded his arms. Why didn't you tell Richard? Victor looked away. The answer came quietly. Because he already knew. The room froze. What? Victor nodded. We worked together. Sophia felt the world shift again. Richard and Victor, secret allies, for years. Investigating, searching, protecting evidence. The revelation seemed impossible. Yet suddenly everything fit. Victor wasn't fighting Richard. He was helping him. Quietly. From the shadows. Because the conspiracy remained active. Because nobody knew who could be trusted. Because failure meant death. Exactly as Michael discovered. Exactly as Christopher discovered. The realization settled heavily over the room. For the first time, the entire picture became visible. Not perfectly, but clearly enough. Michael Carter had been right. Richard Hart had been right. And now, finally, they had enough evidence to prove it. The corruption network. The cover-up. The murders. The missing records. Everything. All of it pointed back to one man. A man already dead. A man who spent decades believing his crimes would remain buried forever. Vincent Callahan. But even dead men leave legacies. And now that legacy was collapsing. Outside the study windows, evening settled across Hart Manor. The investigation was nearly over. The truth was finally exposed. Yet one final chapter remained. One final act. Justice. And the future waiting beyond it. The following week changed everything. For 20 years, the truth had existed in fragments. Hidden inside journals. Locked inside vaults. Buried beneath lies. Protected by fear. Now it existed in courtrooms. Investigation files. Arrest warrants. News reports. For the first time, the truth belonged to the world. Not just to Richard Hart. Not just to Michael Carter. Not just to those who survived. The evidence recovered from the Both House proved devastating. Federal investigators moved quickly, much faster than anyone expected. The corruption network that Vincent Callahan built decades earlier unraveled almost overnight. Executives were arrested. Financial managers were charged. Shell companies were seized. Bank accounts were frozen. The hidden system Michael discovered finally collapsed. And with every new revelation, Richard Hart's name was cleared. So was Michael's. So was Sarah's. The official narrative that survived for decades began falling apart. Piece by piece. Truth by truth. One morning, nearly 3 weeks after the discovery of the Both House, Sophia stood inside a federal courthouse. Reporters filled the hallways. Cameras lined the entrances. The case had become national news. Not because of the money. Not because of the corruption. Because of the story. A young investigator murdered after uncovering a criminal network. A businessman who spent 20 years secretly seeking justice. A son who grew up without knowing the truth. People understood stories. And this one captured them. Sophia sat beside Ethan as testimony continued. Neither spoke much. Neither needed to. The evidence spoke for them. Michael's ledgers. Richard's records. The recovered financial documents. The witness statements. Together, they formed a mountain impossible to ignore. By the end of the week, multiple convictions were secured. Many others followed. Some defendants cooperated. Others didn't. It no longer mattered. The truth had survived. That was enough. Or almost enough. Because one question still lingered. Michael's death. The investigation officially reopened. For the first time in 20 years, authorities publicly acknowledged that the accident may have been murder. The announcement alone felt monumental. No immediate arrests followed. Most of the individuals directly responsible were dead. Others had disappeared years earlier. Yet the official record changed. And that mattered. More than Sophia expected. Several days later, she stood beside Ethan at a quiet cemetery overlooking the lake. A new headstone had been installed. Simple. Respectful. Accurate. Michael Carter. Beloved friend. The words seemed small compared to the life they represented, yet somehow they felt right. Nearby rested Sarah Reed. For years, history remembered them separately. Now they rested together. As they should have. A small gathering attended the dedication. Daniel, Olivia, Victor, several former employees, community members, and one unexpected guest. Noah. The young boy stood quietly near the edge of the crowd. The pendant around his neck reflected sunlight. The same pendant that helped reconnect forgotten memories. The same pendant that helped change everything. When the ceremony ended, Ethan remained beside the graves. Everyone else gradually drifted away. Sophia waited nearby, giving him space, giving him time. Eventually Ethan spoke. I used to wonder why I felt like something was missing. Sophia looked at him. The wind moved gently through the trees. The lake shimmered in the distance. I know. Ethan smiled sadly. No. He shook his head. You couldn't. The statement wasn't criticism, just truth. For years he had carried an absence he couldn't explain, a question without words, a hole without shape. Now he finally understood. Not completely. The loss remained. The grief remained. But the uncertainty was gone. And that mattered. A lot. I wish I could have known him. Sophia looked toward Michael's grave. I think you did. Ethan frowned slightly. She smiled. Maybe not long enough. A pause. Maybe not the way you deserved. Another pause. But everything we've learned suggests he loved you. The emotion in Ethan's eyes said everything. Because after all the investigations, all the mysteries, all the conspiracies, that was the truth that mattered most. His father loved him. His mother protected him. Richard kept his promise. The rest was secondary. Weeks passed. Then months. Gradually life returned. not to what it had been before. Something better. Something honest. Hart Holdings survived. The corruption scandal nearly destroyed the company. Yet transparency and reform saved it. New leadership emerged. Old structures disappeared. The company became stronger, not despite the truth, because of it. Victor remained involved, though his role changed significantly. The relationship between him and Sophia improved slowly. Neither pretended the past never happened. Neither forgot years of conflict. Yet both finally understood each other. And understanding made forgiveness possible. Daniel returned to private investigative work, though not before receiving several awards connected to the case. Olivia became one of the most respected attorneys in the region. Neither seemed entirely comfortable with public recognition, yet both deserved it. And Noah found a family. Not through dramatic legal battles, not through complicated custody disputes. Something simpler, something better. The trust Richard established years earlier provided educational support and long-term security. The community center became an important part of his life. So did several people connected to the investigation. Most notably Ethan. Their friendship grew naturally, quietly, without pressure, without expectations. Exactly the way Richard would have wanted. One autumn afternoon, nearly 6 months after the discovery of the boathouse, Sophia returned to the study. The room looked different now. Cleaner, calmer, peaceful. The investigation board was gone. The documents archived. The mystery solved. Only one item remained on the desk, Richard's final journal. Sophia opened it slowly. For a long moment she simply stared at the pages. Then smiled. Not because she missed him less, because she finally understood him more. The inheritance condition. The strange marriage. The impossible request. For months she viewed it as manipulation, control, interference. Now she understood the truth. Richard didn't trust the future. He trusted people. Specifically 2 people. Sophia and Ethan. He believed they would protect each other, help each other, find the truth together. And somehow, despite impossible odds, he had been right. As evening sunlight filled the study, Sophia closed the journal. The mystery was over. The dead had received justice. The truth had survived. Richard's promise had finally been fulfilled. And for the first time in a very long time, the future felt brighter than the past. 1 year later, the anniversary arrived quietly. No reporters, no courtrooms, no investigations, no secrets. Just sunlight filtering through the windows of Hart Manor. For the first time in years, the estate felt alive again. Not because of wealth, not because of business, because it felt like a home. Real laughter echoed through the halls. Fresh flowers decorated the rooms. The gardens flourished. Even Margaret seemed younger somehow, happier. Peace had a way of changing people. Sophia stood on the balcony overlooking the grounds. A gentle breeze moved through the trees. The morning air carried the scent of fresh rain. Far below, several workers prepared tables for a small gathering. Nothing extravagant. Just family. Friends. The people who mattered. The people who remained. A year ago, she had stood in this same house wondering whether her entire life had been built on lies. Today, she finally understood the truth. Not every mystery ends with loss. Some end with finding something you never knew you were missing. Footsteps approached behind her. Sophia smiled before turning around. She already knew who it was. Ethan stepped onto the balcony carrying 2 cups of coffee. The gesture felt familiar now, comfortable, natural. The sort of thing that happened after hundreds of mornings together. Not strangers, not partners, something more, much more. He handed her a cup, thinking again. Sophia laughed softly. You always know. I've had practice. That was true. The two stood together overlooking the estate. Silence settled comfortably between them. Not awkward. Not uncertain. The kind of silence shared by people who no longer need to fill every moment with words. Eventually Ethan spoke. 1 year. Sophia nodded. 1 year. The statement carried far more meaning than the words themselves. 1 year since Richard's letter. 1 year since the both house. 1 year since the truth. 1 year since everything changed. Ethan leaned against the railing. Do you ever think about how ridiculous it all sounds? Sophia smiled. Constantly. The answer made him laugh. A real laugh. The kind she loved hearing. The kind that still felt like a gift. A hidden conspiracy. Sophia nodded. A secret vault. She nodded again. A burned cabin. Another nod. A mystery spanning 20 years. Sophia grinned. When you say it out loud, it sounds insane. It was insane. That only made them laugh harder. For a moment, the weight of the past seemed distant. Manageable. No longer controlling their lives. Just part of the story. A story that had finally ended. Or perhaps begun. The distinction no longer mattered. Later that afternoon, guests began arriving. Daniel arrived first. Still impossible to surprise. Still impossible to outsmart. Though Sophia occasionally enjoyed trying. Olivia followed shortly afterward. Successful, confident, and still capable of intimidating entire rooms with a single look. Victor arrived as well. The transformation in him remained remarkable. Not dramatic. Subtle. He smiled more. Listened more. Fought less. Age and truth had changed him. For the better, Margaret welcomed everyone personally, refusing all offers of assistance. Some things never changed, and everyone knew better than to argue. Near sunset, another familiar face appeared. Noah, now older, taller, more confident. The uncertain boy from the roadside accident seemed increasingly distant. Yet the kindness remained. The curiosity remained. The pendant remained too. Though it now represented something very different. Not mystery, connection, history, family. Sophia watched Ethan greet him. The sight always made her smile. Their bond had grown naturally over the previous year. Neither forced it. Neither defined it. Yet everyone could see it. The trust, the friendship, the understanding, the same qualities that once connected Michael and Richard. The realization felt strangely beautiful. As evening settled across the estate, the gathering moved outdoors. Lights illuminated the gardens. Music drifted softly through the air. Conversations filled every corner of the property. For the first time in many years, Heartwarming felt whole. Not perfect. Whole. There was a difference. Sophia wandered through the crowd, accepting congratulations, sharing stories, enjoying moments. Then she noticed something. Ethan stood alone near the edge of the lake. The same lake visible from the manor grounds. The same lake connected to so many memories. The same lake where the story truly began. She crossed the grass slowly, joining him. For several moments neither spoke. The water reflected the stars above. The surface remained perfectly still. Then Ethan broke the silence. Your father planned this. Sophia smiled. Which part? He looked at her. Use. The answer carried no uncertainty. No hesitation. Just understanding. Sophia followed his gaze toward the water. I know. The realization no longer felt strange. Or manipulative. Or unfair. Richard hadn't forced a relationship. He had simply recognized something before either of them did. A possibility, a connection, a future, and then trusted them to decide the rest. Ethan reached into his pocket. Sophia noticed immediately. What is that? He smiled, nervously, a rare sight, which instantly made her suspicious and curious and hopeful. Ethan removed a small box. Sophia stared, then laughed, then immediately covered her mouth. Oh! Ethan laughed too, clearly relieved she hadn't started crying. Yet, I had a speech prepared. Was it good? It was terrible. That made her laugh harder. The tension disappeared instantly, exactly the way it always did with him. Finally, Ethan opened the box. Inside sat a ring, beautiful, elegant, simple, perfect. Sophia felt tears forming anyway. Despite her efforts, despite her laughter, despite everything, Ethan looked directly into her eyes. The first marriage wasn't really our choice. The words carried gentle honesty, no bitterness, no regret, just truth. We solved mysteries. Sophia smiled through tears. We survived conspiracies. Another smile. We uncovered secrets. She nodded. Now I'd like to try something simpler. The emotion in his voice nearly broke her. Sophia Hart. He paused, then corrected himself. Sophia Reed. A smile. A tear. A heartbeat. Will you marry me? For one glorious second, neither moved. The world seemed to pause. The lake, the stars, the estate, everything. Then Sophia laughed through tears. Again. Because after everything they had survived, happiness still felt unbelievable. Yes. The answer arrived instantly. Without hesitation. Without doubt. Without fear. Just certainty. The kind of certainty she spent years searching for. The kind she finally found. Ethan slipped the ring onto her finger. The moment felt surprisingly quiet. Not dramatic. Not cinematic. Real. Perfectly real. Exactly what both of them wanted. As applause suddenly erupted behind them, they turned. The entire gathering stood watching. Daniel, Olivia, Victor, Margaret, Noah, everyone. Apparently nobody had been fooled by Ethan's attempt at privacy. Sophia shook her head. They were spying. They absolutely were. The answer made her laugh again. And for the first time in a very long time, the future felt wonderfully uncomplicated. The mystery was over. The promises had been kept. Justice had been served. The dead could finally rest. And the two people Richard Hart trusted most had found exactly what he hoped they would. Not because of an inheritance. Not because of a condition. Not because of a secret. Because sometimes the right people simply find their way to each other, even when the journey takes a little longer than expected. As the celebration continued beneath the stars, Sophia looked around at the people she loved. The people who remained. The people who mattered. Then she looked at Ethan and smiled. The story that began with a stranger had finally ended with family.